good morning, good morning, everybody. In the words of Chief Leroy, gwe, gwe, gwe. So, I'm seeing everybody's pretty much all in the room. So I'm going to ask if G. Sagmao is here, and of course he is. He's on his phone. I heard it's Brad Marchand calling him. He's coming in to sign autographs today at 2 o'clock. Chief Norman has arranged Brad Marchand to come in at 2 o'clock to sign autographs. So we'll be sitting outside with Chief Norman. We'll be the first ones in line. So we're going to ask G. Sagmao to come up and open us up in a good way.
Well, yes, c'est pour. Well, that's some big thing. Let's see, pour. That way, galuk on nagwe. I'm glad everybody's here. Hoping to have another productive day, like yesterday. So I'll ask the Creator to be look over us. Kizuk, wala liya kisko nagwe la telin namuya. Edawe im and dande me kisko. Abo on muya and dandeli skod me. Tahoy nuda skudasin. Danil nudan. Ahedawe. Dan gluk and dan gimana they will skod me. Ahedawe me. Bon winning, dan medway gimana all day. And said, what on me now? Is a go. You are ye. Mudale no gisco, I may now go H. Naliash, Olalio.
Walalia G. Sagmao. So before we begin our day today, a part of this I'm going to speak from the heart, a part of this I'm going to just read. So first and foremost, I would like to congratulate Chief Debbie, who was just reelected for her 38th year as chief. What a milestone, what a huge milestone. In June, Chief Andrea standing up, that's awesome. Chief Deb deserves a standing ovation. Also, I want to congratulate Chief Leroy and his council who were also elected and re-elected, and to your council as well, Chief Deb, for being elected and re-elected. And it's, sure. Stand up. Congratulations. Congratulations. So it's never easy going through an election in our communities. We all know that. We all do the same job, pretty much all of us, and we know that at times our elections can be just plain dirty and no fun to go through, and hard on the head, hard on the heart. And when we come through the other side, it's a moment to sit back, and today you're with your peers, and we leave all that lateral violence behind us, and we make sure that we're in a safe room, in a safe zone, that we're able to speak and to communicate as peers, as friends, and as colleagues to better our lives and to better our children's lives in all our communities. And we need to do that in a safe way. So before we dive into today's presentations, I want to again offer a trigger warning for potentially tough conversations that we're going to be having today. Today we have guests coming in to talk about the realities of the justice system for Indigenous people. Just like yesterday, the agenda for today will be up on the screen. When possible, to let you know when the agenda items are happening. If you find any of the discussions triggering, please feel free to let someone from the KMK or the Dodgegamic team know that, and we'll do, and they'll do, whatever they can get you the supports that you may need. And if you feel comfortable with somebody else, just tap them on the shoulder and, walk out. We have elders here. We have members of the Grand Council. Your peers are here. If you feel comfortable with talking with somebody, just tap them on the shoulder and say, hey. Or if you need to smudge, somebody will arrange that. And just to let everybody know, the room was smudged after the meeting, so we're starting in a clean slate, in a clean, safe room. So today, we'll be starting our presentation by Waverly Gadet, the UNDRIP and Communications Coordinator for KMK. She will be joining us to talk about the Justice Report and recommendations that she helped to develop for KMK. Waverly is from Glooscap First Nation and has been with KMK for over 4 years. She supports both the communications and governance teams, working primarily on youth and justice. Waverly has a diploma from the NSCC in criminal justice, and in September, she'll be returning to school part-time to get her bachelor's degree from CBU. So please, everyone, let's give a warm welcome to Waverly.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Annie, for that nice introduction. So today I'll be going over the federal and provincial Mi'kmaq Justice Plan recommendations and reports to Justice Canada and the Nova Scotia Department of Justice. So when we were doing our engagement, to give you a bit of a background on the quote on the screen was one powerful quote that one person said to us: "You will be treated like an Indian as soon as they know." Throughout this presentation today, you will see a high-level overview of how we engaged and what we have learned from our engagements, both on the federal side and provincial. In saying that, let's get straight into it. KMK, in collaboration with 6 other Mi'kmaq organizations in Nova Scotia, designed and implemented an engagement strategy to hear from Mi'kmaq community members who have experienced within the justice system, identify common challenges and opportunities, and a diverse series of recommendations to Justice Canada and the province to address the issues faced by community members through 2 separate reports, one to Justice Canada and one to the province of Nova Scotia. Our partner organizations include the Confederacy of Mainland Mi'kmaq, the Union of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq, the Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network, the Mi'kmaq Native Friendships Society, Nova Scotia Native Women's Association, and lastly, Wabanaki Two-Spirited Alliance. So first I'll be talking about the federal report and recommendations. Mind you, these are high-level overviews of these reports. They are very long and very lengthy, so I'll try to keep it down as much as I can. Starting off with wrongdoers or offenders. Offenders are experiencing discrimination in our system from justice professionals. Some examples include mental and physical abuse, racism, and more. Justice Canada needs to implement mandatory cultural competency training for all justice professionals interacting with Indigenous peoples. Families of offenders are experiencing hardship while their family members are incarcerated and need supports within the community. Some examples include financial assistance, mental health services, and possibly a liaison officer to help them navigate the criminal justice system. And lastly, offenders are suffering in our criminal justice system with their mental health. This needs to be better access to mental health services, not only to speak with a clinical therapist, but to receive their medications they need to live. Moving on to person who was harmed, victims. Our communities are concerned about the services provided to victims. We need to have victim services employees in every Mi'kmaq community, including urban settings. Victim services staffing is currently limited and underfunded. Justice Canada needs to fund these services so our communities are supported as well. Along with having funds to provide these services, victim services staff need to have Mi'kmaq employees to have a better the understanding and trust in the relationship between. When deciding conditions of release, Justice Canada must consider the impacts of community and well-being. Aftercare must be provided to victims and ensure they have the support navigating these services. Moving on to vulnerable populations. I'll start with the 2S LGBTQIA+. These offenders are experiencing incorrect gendering in correctional facilities. And when it comes to placing individuals in these facilities, Justice Canada needs to implement new mechanisms to ensure their well-being and safety when being placed in these facilities. These offenders are also experiencing violence and harassment in correctional facilities. Some examples include sexual assault, mental and physical abuse, and more. Justice Canada needs to implement new policies to ensure their well-being and safety while incarcerated. Youth. Youth are being placed in correctional facilities when they have not been convicted of a crime. Prisons are not homes. Alternative measures need to be in place to keep our youth safe. There is no criminal justice and harm reduction education for our youth. Justice Canada needs to provide adequate funding to have both criminal justice and harm reduction in our schools from Mi'kmaq organizations. Also, youth are reporting abuse while in foster care. We need a safe path for these youth to be able to report these crimes to the right individual while in need. Lastly, women. There is a need for women leadership in the justice system. More women need to be promoted to positions of leadership and power within the justice institutions to ensure our female employees are safe and respected at work and can continue to serve their communities. Lastly, our women are also not receiving proper medical and prenatal care while incarcerated. This is not a want, this is a need for our women incarcerated to be able to access proper medical and prenatal care. This is a human rights violation. Lastly, we'll be going over the justice system as a whole, breaking it down to policing, courts, and corrections. Policing. We need to implement Mi'kmaq policing in Mi'kmaq communities and urban centers. RCMP and municipal police forces are not culturally responsive nor adequate to meet community needs and cannot be separated from their original mandate. Mi'kmaq staff and Mi'kmaq-led policing services are necessary to ensure our communities have a policing service that meets cultural and community needs, along with being responsive and understanding of community circumstances relating to Mi'kmaq justice practices. Courts. Our communities need to be able to access courts adequately and have the support to do so. Communities require in-community or traveling courts. Excuse me, sorry. To reduce the transportation needs of community members living in rural communities, along with an increase in court scheduling to account for cultural differences and concepts of time. Corrections. Efforts must be made to ensure that Indigenous offenders get prompt access to mental health professionals. These efforts must also include offenders getting access to routine medical procedures and mental health medications. Justice Canada needs to review and improve intake protocols with the communication between health and correction system to identify medical needs of offenders. Alternative solutions, you need to prevent the placement of youth in care in correctional facilities. Youth in care must be placed in correctional facilities as care and custody when they have not been convicted of a crime. Prisons are not homes, once again. Justice Canada needs to put the places in measure to keep our youth safe and protected. Next, the development of a new site security level assessment criteria and classification. There is a need to redesign an Indigenous-specific risk assessment tool that accounts for interracial trauma and systematic and structural challenges faced by offenders. Justice Canada also needs to improve on their risk assessment processes so appropriate services are being provided to offenders to support their healing and well-being while incarcerated. To consider community and well-being impacts when deciding conditions of release conditions must be relevant, sustainable, and achievable. In cases where difficulties may arise for an offender to uphold these conditions, supportive services must be provided. The relevance of conditions needs to be made mandatory also. And lastly, the establishment and implementation of a Section 81 Healing Lodge in community-based Indigenous halfway houses. Create a Mi'kmaq-operated healing lodge in our region. Create Mi'kmaq halfway houses for successful reintegration back into communities. Mi'kmaq peoples need to be involved in all stages of development and implementation of these services. So moving on, I'll go over the recommendations for our federal report, and I'll go through these quickly. So priority, self-governance of justice for Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia, implementing Mi'kmaq policing in Mi'kmaq communities and urban centers, cultural sensitivity in policing recruitment and retention. Sorry, I got a tickle in my throat. Cultural competency training for all justice and provincial professionals, Indigenous and non-Indigenous. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Adequate funding for Mi'kmaq justice organizations. Establishment and implementation of a Section 81 Healing Lodge in community-based Indigenous halfway houses. Communication and working relationships between justice organizations. Reducing binary gender justice services. Adequate funding for youth education regarding justice and harm reduction. Self-defense training for all justice professionals. Victim services employees in every community, including urban settings. Access to mental health services for offenders. Development of a new security level assessment criteria and classification. Advancement of women's leadership throughout the justice system. Lowering financial costs while incarcerated. Addressing reports of abuse of youth in foster care. Alternative to youth being placed in correctional facilities. Consider community and well-being impacts while deciding conditions of release. And access to courts/community courts. So now I'll go into an overview of the provincial report and recommendations also. So first off, wrongdoers, offenders. Offenders are suffering in our criminal justice system with their mental health once again. There needs to be better access to mental health services, not only to speak with a clinical therapist, but to receive their medications they need to live. This is leading to suicides within our system. Offenders are experiencing discrimination in our system from justice professionals. Some examples include mental and physical abuse, racism, and more. The province needs to implement mandatory cultural and competency training and cultural sensitivity training for all justice professionals interacting with Indigenous peoples. Lastly, offenders are experiencing unrealistic conditions when being released back into community. They also don't have the proper wraparound supports when being released, leading to our people reoffending and failing due to the province's mistakes. Moving on to person who was harmed, victims. Victims need to have support in all communities. Victim services must be in all Mi'kmaq communities, once again, including urban settings for our people to feel supported and be able to heal. Victims are suffering and experiencing hardship when trying to navigate the justice system. Supports and services must be in place to help our people through the justice system in their time of need. Lastly, victims need to be able to access community center, holistic healing, and well-being processes. In traditional practices, justice is based on healing for everyone involved and considers the impacts of an individual crime on the whole community. Moving on to vulnerable populations. We'll start again with the 2S LGBTQIA+. These offenders are also experiencing violence and harassment in correctional facilities. Some examples include sexual assault, mental and physical abuse, and more. The province needs to implement new policies to ensure their well-being and safety while incarcerated. Justice professionals need to have mandatory training regarding the term two-spirited, their needs and experiences. This training would not only help justice professionals understand the term, but for two-spirited individuals to feel safer and heard. Also, members and partner organizations voiced they need to have data collection and specific statistics regarding to us LGBTQIA+ individuals within the system. This data would be crucial to understanding why those individuals are in the system and also decision making. Youth. There is no youth criminal justice and harm reduction once again. The province needs to provide adequate funding to have both criminal justice and harm reduction educations in our schools from Mi'kmaq organizations. There is little to no harm reduction diversions. Our youth need these diversions to keep them busy and healthy. Some examples are craft nights, a rink, ceremony, and these preventative supports help our youth build relationships and community. Our youth voice the fear they have while interacting with the police. Youth not only need education regarding their rights, but they must have the confidence to exercise their rights and protect themselves. And lastly, youth are reporting abuse while in foster care once again. We need a safe path for these youth to be able to report these crimes to the right individual while in need. Women. Our women are also not receiving proper medical and prenatal care while incarcerated, once again. This is not a want, this is a need for women incarcerated to be able to access proper medical and prenatal care. In addition to our women not receiving proper medical care, they also don't have proper access to sanitary products. Not only is this an issue physically, but mentally for our Mi'kmaq women. Our women need safe, affordable, accessible, appropriate housing when trapped in homes where the risk of an intimate partner violence or domestic violence is present. We need to keep our women safe. And lastly, our women fear law enforcement for many reasons. One being the fear of their children being taken away from them. This is a prime example of criminal and family law intertwining. Our women deserve better. We need care without fear. And lastly, men. Our men are feeling lost when exiting the system because they have no supports. We need to support our men with wraparound rehabilitation supports during their healing journey to see them succeed. Our men also make up the majority of suicides, in our communities due to mental health. Mental health services need to be accessible to our men to access. These services also need to be discreet for the men that may not want anyone to know they are using these services. Healing lodges have been proven to be successful in our men and their healing journeys. They reduce recidivism and promote healing. These places aid our men in reconnecting to culture, building skills, and much more. Lastly, men need adequate access to sanitary products while incarcerated. This is a basic essential need that the correctional facilities are not fulfilling. One example being not provided with enough shampoo for their long hair. Now I'll go over the justice system as a whole, breaking it down to policing, courts, justice professionals, and corrections. Policing. The history of policing of our people has created a system of law enforcement that is built on contain and control, not to serve our population. Further, modern police forces continue to be implicit in abuses of power on every front, from human trafficking to administration and protection services. Indigenous peacekeeping was the most often cited remedy of our own peacekeeping forces are needed in every Mi'kmaq community and in urban centers. It goes without saying that police are not above the law, and bad officer conduct must be addressed with full independent investigation and charges against perpetrators. Courts. Once again, our communities need to be able to access courts adequately and have the supports to do so. Communities require in-community or traveling courts to reduce the transportation needs of community members living in rural communities, along with an increase in court scheduling to account for cultural differences in concepts of time. Once again, the implementation of Mi'kmaq courts across the province. If we could have at least 2 additional Mi'kmaq courts similar to the Wapmacook Court, at minimum, there should be 1 court located on the Nova Scotia mainland and 1 in Cape Breton. This would eliminate the issue regarding transportation because ideally our people would have a Mi'kmaq court in their community. This would also allow our people to feel safe and respected in the court system. Without access to in-community and cultural relevant courts, our community members miss court appearances, enduring more charges or warrants, and having a lack of understanding of court processes and procedures due to the lack of the support. Justice professionals. An essential need is adequate funding for Mi'kmaq organizations. This funding is crucial in all aspects to serve our Mi'kmaq people effectively and efficiently. These organizations are not only understaffed and overworked, they are underpaid, which is leading to burnout and high turnover within these organizations. Another need was all justice professionals need to include cultural sensitivity training and cultural competency training for new members. This training is essential when working with our people for them to minimize prejudices, eliminate stereotypes, and systematic racism. We need officers and justice professionals coming into work with our people to understand cultural and community dynamics. For our people to be able to feel safe when interacting with these professionals, these training sessions must be led by our people for them to understand as a whole. This training needs to remain relevant, and the officers should be required to take refresher courses every year. Lastly, our Mi'kmaq organizations and the facilities need to have an open door policy. This lack of trust and communication is leading to offenders suffering in the long term due to the long wait on access to supports, services, ceremony, elders, and more. Corrections. The lack of access to mental health services and medications while incarcerated is a huge issue for our people. Not only are our people suffering from being disconnected from their community, but they're also suffering from multiple mental illnesses going untreated. This poses a risk to themselves and the community while incarcerated around them. They have no access to mental health services, leaving them alone with their own thoughts and suffering. And if that isn't enough, they can't access their medications, which can mean life or death for some. This issue needs to be addressed for our people to have adequate care and support while within, for them to be successful healing journeys and reintegration into their community. Additionally, Indigenous liaison officers need to be in every facility for our people. Our justice professionals to access for support. These supports are essential for our healing journey and support day to day. And once again, I'll quickly go over our recommendations for our provincial report. Priority: self-governance of justice for the Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia, implementing Mi'kmaq policing in Mi'kmaq communities and urban centers, recognition of Mi'kmaq jurisdiction, community-based prevention and harm reduction, supporting community healing for reintegration, access to mental health services in every community, including urban settings, victim services employees in every Mi'kmaq community, including urban settings, establishment and implementation of a healing lodge in community-based Indigenous halfway houses, access to employment, education, and healing services for wrongdoers, consider community and well-being impacts when deciding conditions of release, bail verification and remand, institutional security risk level assessment amendments, misuse of GLADU reports, and lower financial costs while incarcerated, reducing binary gendered justice services, 2S LGBTQIA+ program/training, development and delivery throughout the justice system, advancement of 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals' leadership and staffing throughout the justice system, addressing reports of abuse of youth in foster care, alternatives to youth in care being placed in correctional facilities, biological functions and human dignity, appropriate allocation of sanitary products for Mi'kmaq men, accessibility of drug replacement therapies, access to mental health services for wrongdoers, prenatal and postnatal health care for those who give birth while incarcerated, access to commute courts / community courts, development of Mi'kmaq courts across the province, revitalize roles of Indigenous liaison officers, officer accountability, mental health team to respond to wellness checks, and consequences for police breaking laws and policies, cultural sensitivity for all justice professionals, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, cultural competency training for all justice professionals, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, youth education regarding justice and harm reduction, communication and working relationships between justice organizations, communication between provincial systems, justice professional access to correctional facilities, adequate funding for Mi'kmaq justice organizations, equitable funding for distinctions-based justice services for marginalized communities, specific data collection and analysis on Indigenous people and crime statistics, professional UNDRIPT Act, just acknowledge of rights in historic wrongdoing. Here I have added all our contact information if you would like to follow up or contact us further about any of these reports. And I would just like to say thank you all for listening to me today. I know it's a lot of information at once. And before I take any questions, I would like to invite Shauna Lee Wright up with me, governance analyst. Shauna has helped on both these reports with me, and if I don't have the answer, I'm sure she will. Thank you.
I've asked Kathy to come up as well.
Yep, Kathy.
Yeah. So if I can have you guys take a seat there, that would be great. And I've also asked Kathy Berliner to come up as well, and she's the manager for governance, our new manager for governance and justice. So she'll be able to help with respects to any questions. I do want to highlight, thank you, Wave number 1. That's a really hard report. Those 2 reports are really hard to go through because it's a lot of information to unpack. And you know, I find on PowerPoints when there's a lot of words and you're up here and trying to get through the high level, it's a little too much. So before we take questions, I'm just going to wait for people to settle down a bit. Yesterday we had a little bit of a difficult time with some of the chatter in the room, so I'm going to ask again today if we can kind of contain it. I know it's really important. There's a lot of good things you guys want to talk to your peers about, but it's very difficult for the individuals who are up here and the individuals in the audience that want to take focus of the questions and the answers. I do, before we open up the floor to any questions, if you have any, the 2 reports that Wave went through, the federal report and the provincial report, The background of that, I mean, there was a call from the federal and provincial government, and both of them had not enough money, really not enough money, and that seems to be the theme over these next couple of days. You'll hear that over and over and over again. So with our justice team and our UNDRIP team, we worked with the other organizations. We work with CMM, UNSM, Native Women, Native Friendship Center, the Wabanaki Two-Spirited. We had Jane McMillan. We all came together because we're working as a justice committee, and we said, and MLSN, sorry, Paula, I see you sit there. We all sat there and said, let's put in one proposal. Let's put in one proposal so our recommendations can all be consistent across the board. And so when we went forward to the federal government and the provincial government and said, hey, we're putting in one proposal, and they stood there and they were like, yeah, we don't do that. You know, and I'm going to say it in my words, not theirs. We'd rather like divide and conquer. We'll give a little bit of money to you, a little bit of money to you, a little bit of money to you, and your recommendations will all come in hodgepodge. So we put in the joint proposal anyways, and we didn't get funded anywhere close to what we had hoped to. But I'm really proud of all the organizations because they reached out to their group. Native Women did Native Women, MLSN did court worker, people that were going through the system. Our team went into the corrections facilities and talked to people who are in custody to get recommendations, because who else can you get recommendations from other than people in the system? We spoke to John Sillaboy, who reached out to his group, and Jane, of course, with all of her experience. So we went across the board. And that's why when you look at those reports, and definitely, you know, look to Wave and Shauna Lee, and, you know, flesh out some of those recommendations, because they are from, and I want to say from the ground up, but I kind of, sometimes I don't like that. That's from our people up. People who are there and going through systems. So the challenge that we have, and one of the reasons why we're here, is to look at, you know, mental health, addictions, and wellness, and how that affects people going through the justice system and corrections. And I say justice system, and somebody had taught me recently in the last little bit, Janice, and I know you always hear there is no justice. It's a legal system. Going through the legal system that was not built for us. So how do we support individuals? How do we support our communities? Because it's not only the individuals, it's the communities that and our frontline workers who are really burning themselves out to try to support people and try to support communities. So I'm hoping after these 3 days that we sit down, we're hearing a lot of good information from yourself. Definitely use your Post-it notes. We're developing our own justice strategy. We have the work done. These ladies did a great job in getting out there, pulling together all of that information from everyone, from all your technical people. So when you see Wave up here, great Wave, God love ya, because it's a big report to show, to tell everybody, but there's a lot behind it, a lot of people behind it, a lot of organizations behind it. So thank you for doing the work around that. Looking to you guys for any questions that you have on things that you have heard with respect to the report. I'll also highlight, if you haven't seen, the AFN has just released their justice strategy as well. So it's out there. A lot of the findings are exactly the same. A lot of it focuses on governance, and we talked about that, or I talked about it yesterday, is us taking control of our own governance system to develop Mi'kmaq-specific reactions and support systems that where all our organizations could help support the individuals and you leaderships, the leaderships that are in the room, to offer these services to our individuals who are going through the system. And really, the reality is they may not have to go through the system. They may not have to be exposed to these things. That's what the goal is to have people working on healing even before they get there. And when they get there, what can we do to get them out of the system? And, you know, is it through cultural intervention or is it just through support? I don't know. That's why we're here. That's why we're looking to speak to anybody. So I know I took a little bit of the time up for questions, sorry. But we'll look to anybody in the room. If you do have any questions on any of the reports, if you don't, that's okay. We could provide the reports or the PowerPoint. I think you have the PowerPoint. Go ahead. So we have a mic runner, and I'm just going to remind everybody, we do have mic runners. If you can use the microphone, and if there's a waiting list, we're hoping to coordinate who's next. And let's just wait for the next one, for the first one to finish their discussions. Go ahead, Brian.
All right, thank you. I really enjoyed that report. Thank you very much. It was in depth, and it created a lot of thinking. I've been working in the mental health and addictions field for 16 years before I became a counselor for our community. And so I was a frontline worker for all those years, both at the Eagle's Nest and at the health center. And I find one of the things that our problem is that we face in community with filling those gaps is we have a lot of gaps there, but we really, really, really need to work on our youth to have health, addictions, and justice on their radar when they're in high schools. Because a lot of those gaps are positions that we need that we don't have, but we need filled with Mi'kmaq helpers. Because I find even if we create those positions and they're not Mi'kmaq, sometimes it can be you're traumatizing them again. Because I know working in that field for all that time, I used to people that I was helping in the community, they made it a point, or they wanted somebody who was Mi'kmaq to help them because they always felt that they don't understand. They don't know where I'm coming from. They get to go home at 4 o'clock and live a totally different life when here in community on reserve, it doesn't like that. It doesn't stop. And being a frontline worker in community, it doesn't end at 4 o'clock like some of the workers were saying yesterday. So that's what we really need to concentrate on is developing, because we can create those positions all we want, but if we don't fill them with Mi'kmaq people, new people, then they're really not going to get the help that they need. That's what I find anyway. And so we need to encourage that with their youth and our children to look at those as a potential career and almost steer them or figure out a way to make it worth their while, I guess. Like I know some communities, they would say, send them to specialty schools and then offer them like, well, when you graduate, well, we can help you out with a position within our community. Things like that to entice them or encourage them to do that. Another thing that I found was when helping people, there's a lot of stress on the health centers when that's not their job. A lot of stress, because I worked at the health center for 10 years. And then people who were coming out of prisons, whether federal or provincial, they just wanted help, like you said, when coming into community. They wanted supports. We didn't have those support people for aftercare. We had aftercare for addictions, but a lot of the ones who were coming out, they worked through their addictions and stuff while they were inside. They just want to feel accepted. They want to be a part of the community. And there was that big gap there where just trying to help them, we just didn't have the capacity to do that. Or we would try our best. We would take it on, but it wasn't sort of in the role. And then when like you said in your presentation, we definitely need a person or people or a team to be able to do that. And what I found was that those who were coming home from federal, they were getting a lot of supports in the federal systems. There's a lot of cultural supports, but for provincial, there was nothing for them. They were just a number, and they got so little care, so little of anything if they were doing 2 years less a day. but a lot of them would hope for federal time because they knew they would get a lot better quality when it came to cultural. And it's really hard, I find, for our First Nations people to go corrections now because corrections workers, they're abused themselves. There's so much systemic racism within those systems. Nobody wants to do it anymore. Like one of the highest suicide rates of workers or drug abuse, and it is from corrections workers because they're so, and a lot of it is still the old boys club. You know, I have female friends who were corrections workers and they didn't last very long, and I feel so bad, and they were Mi'kmaq, and so it's so tough to do that, and it's like we have to figure out a way how can we do that because we've had people go in there before to educate, to do cultural sensitivity, to do all that, to try to include culture, especially in the provincial systems. But it just seems like they would only be able to get so far, then get knocked back down, and then get forgotten about. And they really genuinely wanted to go in there and help our Mi'kmaq people because they felt, and they had the empathy to help. And so we need to find a way, okay, how can we get that back going again so we can help our people who are in there, because it just feels like almost this cycle that keeps happening.
I call it the revolving door,
Yeah.
especially in the provincial system, the correction system, and then with mental health and addictions. You go to Emerge and I'm sure everybody knows this in this room. You have a person going to Emerge, them saying, well, you know what, if you're not at risk right now, you can go back to the community. They go self-medicate, they commit an assault or do something like that. Then you have more crime in your community. Then they get arrested, then they go to jail, and the system starts over. They're not taken care of as well. They're not taken care of the way they need to be taken care of in the provincial facilities.
Yep.
They come back to the community. Now they're dry, but they had a cold dry. They had no support during their dry out, and now they're mad, and they need to get high, and they still have their mental health issues, and everybody's just tired and overworked,
Yeah.
right? And then it goes right back to it. So not only are your healthcare workers, your justice workers, your communities we're in this revolving door, and that's the door we have to kind of stop and
Yeah.
work towards. And the justice strategy,
At one point when I was working in addictions, they had a great worker in Burnside. That worker would say, I have so-and-so here, they're looking at going to treatment when they come out, and that they gave you as a contact person from the community, but I'm here to help them, to make them, what's the process we can do. They worked great, and then there were like even, they were able to take them out of treatment. They did the necessary blood work that was done. They did the doctor's clearance and all that, and then they worked, and it wasn't just for this one individual. They did this with a group of people for about 3 years, and then whether it was to go to treatment or even just come back into the community, they would call the health center and say, we have so-and-so, they're being released on this date. What sort of supports are there in the community for them to help them reintegrate? They know where they're going to be living, but they just want to know that it'll be okay for them to come see you, to come back into the community. And then that was, I'm talking about 10 years ago or so. Like, it was great, and then all of a sudden it stopped. And then we would have some people who were incarcerated, they would call us on their own dime, and they would do that on their own. I'm like, well, don't you have so-and-so, like a caseworker? And they'd be like, oh, they don't do that anymore. Yeah. And it's like to be able to offer that to them and then take it away. Yeah. And there's such a gap there. And I'm pretty well done. I can talk all day.
yeah,
So.
I was just going to cut you off. Love to talk some more, but we do have another speaker on the list. So let's go to that, and we'll further the conversation. Go ahead.
I think it's on.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with the Grand Council today, but I also work for the Department of Justice for 18 years. And I know for a fact that it is hard to get people to work in our institutions. I do facilitate the Ulnoy. It's a cultural course. It's a 2-day course. But there's only 2 facilitators left that are Ulnu, province-wide. So it is very hard to get people to work in our justice system. Yes, and he's right about the high rate of PTSD and others, because they don't understand. Now, there's two cultures here to consider. The Mi'kmaq culture, where you live, and how it is to be an Indigenous person working in living in a community, and the traumas associated with living in a community and the systemic racism we all face and everything, that's all there. But then the other culture is working within the institution. So you're facing 2 different cultures coming at you. So the PTSD for individuals working in our justice system in a whole are 2. You get two hits because you're facing 2 cultures. So that's why we have a high turnover. Nobody wants to work. We don't have any people in higher positions in our justice system. There's only a couple of us that are up there, but still, we need to kind of look at the big picture. We need to look at how we can work together. Now, working with the justice system, working with the province, is a steep hill. There's a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of red tape, a lot of delays, a lot of stuff happening, and it's very, very extremely frustrating to get anything done in there. We meet numerous times over the years, over the year, and it seems like we never move on anything. So we're trying to move, and we're trying to work together on a lot of stuff here. But I think we need to look at the big picture. We need to look at, and yes, I 100% agree, we need our own Mi'kmaq justice system. That is the only way we can ever take care of our own people, is with our own, very own justice system. And I've said that over and over again. But no matter what, I have to look at it the other way too. We will have people involved. Even if we have our own justice system, even if we do have our own justice system, there is always going to be somebody in our community that will end up in a province, in a federal system. So we need people in our systems in there to work with our people. Okay? And the other thing is, the thing that really it's hard to all right. A lot of people, this is a big issue. When it comes to, and I'm not saying this is the only issue, but it is a big factor why we don't have people working in our justice system. Any individual that works outside the community pays income tax. Yep. No matter what, you're going to pay that income tax. I know it's a touchy subject, but right now we're all new here for the most part, and $1 of paying income tax for an Indigenous person is $1 too much, because of everything that the justice of the federal and the provincial government has taken from the Indigenous communities. Everything. They put us in circumstances where we cannot help it. Yep. All our essential services, even if they do income, tax exemption on essential services. If you want to work at Walmart, then by all means, right? But if you're going to work in essential services that are essential to a person, then I think something should be looked at there, because they put Eskasoni, for instance, and Waikagama, and all the communities, they put us in the middle of the woods. They put us so far away from the mainstream society and the mainstream stuff that where else can we I know this is kind of weird to say, but where else can we incarcerate our people?
Yep.
They're taking the ability for us to take care of our own people away from us by placing them in institutions so far away from us. And then they have the audacity to ask us to come and help them take care of the problems that they've caused, they've attributed to by placing us in communities, placing us in economic challenges, placing us in societal challenges. They placed us in such a vulnerable situation, the system, the colonial system, and yet they want us to go help them take care of the problem they caused. Oh, but you have to pay income tax. You have to pay us money while we will fix the problems we've caused. You know? So that has to be looked at. And also, another thing that has to be looked at, yeah, I have worked in the justice system for 18 years. People have their idea of what it's like to work in there. It's not easy to work in there. But it's not all that bad either. It's very fulfilling to work in there. I've considered a few times myself to say, forget this. An elder told me, and this is the only one line that it keeps me in there, somebody has to stay behind the enemy lines to take care of our people. And that's the only reason why I'm still in there. Because we have to, crime isn't going to go away. It's not a perfect world out there. People do stuff. I've seen people come in there that I would never, ever, ever think would ever see in there.
Yep.
One night, one mistake, that's all that happened. And any of us can be in that situation, any of us. So we have to really look at it, and we have to really come up with a big plan. They have all these tragedies, but they're just tragedies. They really, really have to look at working on those tragedies and actually implementing those tragedies and actually getting them to at those tragedies. We have tragedies sitting on the table for months and years, and nothing's being done to them. We had, since the Donald Marshall recommendations, only probably half maybe have been fulfilled.
And so we have Jane McMillan here, who's the next presenter, who's going to speak on the journey of, and you bring up some really good points, and I do want to highlight. I know we do have another speaker. Is that our communities have, your health centers, and Dej Gamick, thank you for this. They're reaching out to the community centers, and the communities are helping the best way they can. They're expanding, right? So it's those gaps that we need to identify and fill those pieces. I really like the word, Brian, that you used was Mi'kmaq helpers. Because sometimes it's not always the community center, sometimes it's community members. What can I do? How can I be non-judgmental? What can I do to help support? So it is, in my mind, a governance issue. And pushing it. So there's a lot of conversations. I'm going to go back to, I believe, Buddy, and then we are going to over here. Yes, to Michael. And, yes.
Thank you for your presentation. It seems like you hit a lot of key points where issues where that need to be addressed. I just want to acknowledge Jordan too, and Brian, and any frontline workers that have to work in the prisons. Chloe's dad, who from Nautica, he visits the prison pretty regularly. My team, we were visited frequently, especially when we had our therapist on our team, but lately we have to renew our credentials and have to we're planning on revisiting. But from my experience in visiting the prisons, I just feel like the biggest gap is, it's for mental wellness workers, it's extremely hard trying to help somebody that did a lot of harm, and that's the biggest issue I find. I have to go in there, look at this individual as a neutral, and I do my best to help them in whatever way I can. Because in the end of the day, this is just a person that's hurt from a lot of trauma, you know, and all this trauma leads to like other things such as addictions and addiction problems and domestic violence and whatever issues they develop on the way that led them to this life, and especially you know, education, like I mentioned before. But the biggest gap I find is our communities. When you're talking about these individuals, that they cause a lot of harm. So a lot of our community, especially leaders, they tend to turn their backs on them. A lot of our communities tell them not to even come back to our communities. You know, so it's how can we rehabilitate and help our people that are trying to come back into society? They're going to come back regardless. So no matter how you treat them, right? So the best thing we can do as people, you know, is help them, you know, and try to get them back on a good life, you know, on a good road, because they're coming back. And I talked to some people like leadership back home, and they try to ban some people that did a lot of extreme harm, you know, and I understand, you know, because a lot of families are affected by some issues these individuals cause, you know. But they're coming back, and even if the community bans them, they still find their way back anyways, and you won't even know that they're in there half the time. So, and then legally you can't keep them out. You know, you can try with bylaws and whatnot, but you can't. So that's my issue. You know, how are we here talking about how we're going to help our people when we turn our backs on them? Yeah, we can help all the other lower crimes and whatnot, but you know, the serious ones, these people are coming back. So we have to do our best to help them, you know, because they're all people, they're all individuals, and they had and it's just usually from a lot of trauma and intergenerational trauma. But the other thing is, here we are, like Jordan was saying and Brian, you know, like we try to help them, trying to come back into our communities, trying to set them up with the health center and trying to find a place to stay and all these things, but a lot of times they don't even find these places to stay, so they try to make these plans, and then when they get out, it falls through or whatever, you know. So they have to be sent back, or some people that are released, you know, they don't have a place to stay, or they're not welcome back into the community, so they live on the streets. And then we have another problem, you know. We're trying to help our people that are on the streets, you know. So it's a big situation, and the biggest gap is prevention, first of all, like Jordan was saying, trying to, because the bottom line is trauma, trying to heal our people before they even go to the prison or do things wrong. And I know there's a variety of people that, different reasons why they're in there, you know, sometimes it's accidentally they did something wrong, you know, like wrong place, wrong time. But for the most part, you know, it's usually linked to trauma. But I think the bottom line is prevention. And then we need some kind of facility like Nautica and other places, you know, like they do a lot of good work. But I believe we need a bigger facility that helps people that transition into our community, and because majority of these people also have addiction problems. So when they come back out and they're trying to change their lives, no matter what programming they get, they try and change their lives. But when you come back in the community, it's still there. Yep. All the people that harmed you are still there from your past. All the people that are doing addictions like drugs and whatnot, and they're there. You can't escape it. So no matter what home you go into in the community, it's going to be all around you. So the biggest problem they have is trying to come back into our communities as well when it comes to addictions. So I believe they need some kind of, you know, halfway houses are good, but I think they need a facility where they can continue their healing journey for longer periods of time, and then eventually transition into maybe a halfway house or something, but or a community member, you know. It'll just give them more credibility if they're continuing their healing journey when they're being released. But I think that's a big gap when people are trying to come back to our communities, you know. Anyway, Eulalia.
Thank you for that. And just to highlight, yes, definitely, and the facility was one of those things in the report. We're all Mi'kmaq, and the reason why we're here is because our leadership has identified these issues is a priority. So, you know, I am hearing, you know, we turn our back, but I don't think it's that. We get mad at each other, and sometimes we don't even like each other, but that's okay. I'm not seeing turning the back. I'm seeing how do we fill these gaps? And that's why we're here, because the leadership has identified that. The leadership says, we need help in trying to figure out how do we work? How do we fill these gaps in a positive manner to help support communities and community members to get to a different place? So I'm going to go over here to G. Sagama. Is that correct? No? Michael? Joe? No, you're.
Hello,
There you
Nigmadut. Kiskoga. Wajiana. Sakama, wake away. Jibu to get them elder. Again, Wadaga. Tantelia Lalujiga, Mijuaji, cake. Eki no day, I be done, if coming out later. Wajimatin Copenhaga, Tankis Lalot, Kalam Quadra Light, foster parental genema. Every day, you establish Kalam Quadra Jigamo. Nanegamo, a book on the Mahavani, 22 years, Kiskemia. We know every person who's a pedophile, who bothers kids, we make sure that person is, because he'll be walking proud in the community. We know who they are. So the most important thing is that we vote for a council. I can't see why the council have one of the councillors to look after the responsibilities within the community of these people that are not getting help. Some of them never got anything out of it. They lost the cases, and now they can't even afford the lawyers. They can't do anything to support themselves because they're in the press right now. And the one of them that died, she lost her case just because this guy's wife said, oh no, I'm always at the house. But she wasn't, she was at bingo while this guy was bothering the kids. So Sister Dorothy Moore and I made a promise to support them, but we didn't go far because other people were having problems too. So I feel that it's been long enough for the couple of women that I have in Eskilstuna that I meet every month. We go to Sydney to talk to other women that are there, that are being harassed and being called whores and whatever, but they're not. They're women, and they should be respected. Like I said, I went to Chiefs, I went to women's gatherings, and I talk about these children that had problems and still have problems mentally. What did they get paid for getting raped? No. There's no such thing as providing something for their, the way they are today. So, Kiskuga, Edawaya, every band appoints somebody within your organization, each counselor. You don't have to look for money because you're getting paid anyways. So, make sure you appoint a community member that could deal with these issues in the community. And I'm hoping that instead of waiting another 2 years for us to be sitting there and talking about it again. So the councils should do that, to bring a counselor into that program, and that'll be their job. And if they don't come in following year, another one will be appointed. So in order for us to go forward, we have to go that direction. And I'm hoping that what I say can happen, because you yourselves know it can happen if you want to support your people. So that's all I got to say. I had a lot in mind earlier when these two started talking. Jesus, they never shut up. So I'm actually down there. So I forgot all my. Tako nun dia kada kami deh. Coba di mana bida ni. Yeah.
So we do have D, I didn't know if G. Sagama, he was here. No, okay. Just before you speak, I just want to do a quick check-in. There's a lot of really sensitive and really big topics in the room, and do a check-in on how you're doing personally and how the person beside you is doing. So if you're having a hard time, reach out to somebody to help support you through some of the conversations. I know there are triggers out there. We don't know what anybody else's triggers are. So please look after yourself, look after the person beside you, and reach out. And if you feel that someone beside you is struggling, reach out to them as well. So don't let anybody be out there on their own. Dee.
Is this working? Okay. Hi, I'm
So
Deanne.
I'm gonna notice the chatter again. I'm gonna ask everybody. And I'm looking that way in the room. Sorry, guys. Just gonna ask the chatter to be limited, especially when we do have a speaker. We'll respect the speaker, and we'll respect the listeners as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you. My name's Deanne. I'm from Sabaganagadek. I have 25 years operational policing with the RCMP. I retired a couple of years at the rank of corporal. I policed in 2, maybe 3 different provinces, on reserve and off reserve. And that was a topic that one of the Grand Council members brought up, was about sexual abuse. And that is the root. That is the root that our people have to address. That's not our problem, though. That's from colonization. It's the residual effects of intergenerational trauma. That's what was dumped on us. But I respectfully disagree that it's not Chief and Council's responsibility to work with these individuals. They need clinical therapists. They need all kinds of different therapy. And through, and help and resources, and through my travels and my career with the RCMP, I won't get into details because I don't want to trigger a lot of people, but the community was outraged as a result of a young lady committing suicide because of incest. And they didn't know what to do because the systems failed the individual. Yes, he could be arrested. Yes, they can do a search warrant. Yes, they can collect all the physical evidence. Yes, they can do this, that, and the other. But you're released because it's just that. It didn't make any weight in our Ilnu community. So what happened was the health center and a group of women started researching and digging and saying, how can we heal? How can we get better? How can our community help? And everybody who has a cell phone, I respectfully challenge you to Google Hollow Waters, Manitoba. It's a National Film Board documentation, and it addresses the systemic issues of the topics that are being said. They developed a program because they recognized that the modern day society can't address those issues. So they took it upon themselves, and what they realized was sexual abuse, incest, it needed to be holistically addressed. You have a perpetrator, and they did a genogram of the family. What is that called when they unpack everything? Anyway, what they found out was with the perpetrator, who hurt you? Let's get to the root of that, and let's talk this out. Let's do a talking circle, because the justice system didn't address and didn't help the individuals or the families. So have your supports in place when you watch this documentary, Hollowed Waters, Manitoba, because there's some really hard topics. And I'm grateful the topic was discussed, because we need to lift that lid off of Pandora's box if we want to heal as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dee. Any other questions and/or comments? back of the room? I'm just going to do a quick check into the panel. I know there's been a lot of comments. Do you have anything you want to add for now? No? Okay.
Test. Just a quick question. I'm wondering, with your guys' recommendations, was there any talks or anything about individuals properly identifying Ulnu, where, to my understanding, to receive services meant for Ulnus, you just need to self-identify to say, I am Mi'kmaq, when maybe you're not Mi'kmaq, and taking up services in space that are for our people. Just wondering if that was part of any of the recommendations.
No, that's a great question. Panel? I guess Shauna Lee's going to take this one.
Is my mic working? Yes, thank you. Yeah, that was definitely something that we heard that happens in particular in the federal system, because there are more supports in the federal system. That we need a way to qualify these claims of Mi'kmaq identity so that those places that are reserved for Indigenous and Mi'kmaq people are being filled by Mi'kmaq people. So that is a recommendation that we have in the report, and it is something that we heard very loud and clear. Yeah.
Okay. Colin?
Yes. One of the things that I know is lacking in a lot of our communities, I think, is the fact that all our organizations and all our departments are kind of working in silos.
Yep.
I think if we developed, or if we had an organization take on a lead as far as interagency, working with interagencies within your communities to find out what each department is doing, how to tackle issues and challenges in community together. Because a lot of times you'll have a housing department dealing with issues. You'll have your health center dealing with different health issues, mental health issues, and then you have your addictions department looking after different things, and they're all kind of tied in together. So I think the way I see things working out would be to find an organization that's willing to have a lead to make sure that interagencies are happening within community, so everybody knows what's going on with each department and organization, so that we can move forward to try to tackle the things, not as one department or one organization, but as a real community where we can actually take
As a
on some of
nation.
these things. Yeah, right. Yeah. Because there's a lot of departments that can say, I can handle working with this piece, but that people's expectations, sometimes they think if they handle housing, for instance, things will be okay, but it's not. There's still addictions and mental health issues that have to be addressed. So I think we have to look at it as a community, a multi-organizational department structure.
And thank you for that. That's one of the things that I was really excited about this report, because we had a lot of organizations sit down. We did the proposal together. And even though we didn't get the funding we had hoped for, we worked together. And so for this one, we have the team up here that's presenting the results, but we didn't just get the results from our organization. We got it from all the other organizations that participated in. And especially with the justice, we do have our justice committee that reaches among all organizations, because we recognize it's, the DEGIGAMIC, the MLSN, the housing, that there's so many different components that need to come together. And really it's why we're here, to look at, as a governance issue, chiefs and councils, what do you need, what do you see? And then for us technical people all to get together to get that job done and push that envelope even more. I do want to mention on the membership as well that you had mentioned. We do have an article clerk who is helping us out on beneficiaries, and we do have a committee that's working with other groups as well to develop who is not, like especially for those spots, those jobs at places in university, to help universities and proponents to define who is not Mi'kmaq, who is not. We don't want them to define who is Mi'kmaq because that's our job. It's the job of the Mi'kmaq. So right now we have, and I'm not seeing her, but doesn't mean that she's not here. Suzanne Padalis is helping us on that file. Oh, there she is. I didn't look far across the room. So we have Suzanne helping us on the membership. And this year you're going to hear a little bit more from the team that you have in front of you, and especially Catherine, on identifying who is Mi'kmaq for the purposes of beneficiaries, community members, and who is not. So there's a small distinction between there, but there is a distinction. So that's a live issue that the Assembly and the councils have identified. So it's across the board. It is a challenge across the board and something we're definitely working on. Okay, I heard yesterday that we cut the discussions down a little short, and I didn't want to do that today, so we're going to be a little flexible with our time. If there's more discussions that you want to have, definitely we'll continue the Q&A. If not, we'll go to the next presenter. Okay, and I think, and I'm hearing break, there's a lot of big issues, so why don't we take a break before we go to the next presenter? Maybe let's do 10 minutes. We'll hold you tight to the 10 minutes. And we do have one more.
Yes, I'll
and then we'll take the
like
break
Mike
after that. Russell, it's on you. Everybody's waiting for you.
I'll forget, like Mike said, if you take a break,
Yeah.
what I want to talk about. No, what I want to say is that I want to commend you guys for what you're doing. It's hard, long work it is, and you hit a lot of roadblocks and stuff. But one thing that I say, when we miss on the gap, we have a lot of our own Mi'kmaq people that have sobriety, that had for 20 years, 30 years, myself 37. But anyway, they're being left out of the gap because they have a lot of knowledge, a lot of education, and you look at those applications, you have to have a degree to get into a lot of these jobs or grade 12. Well, you know what? If you don't have a heart that's not going to reach out, that's your master. That's better than a degree. And they have a lot of knowledge, and they're getting left out. They could help the systems inside the systems. That's where it's going, because they've been on that road. You go into a detox, a treatment center, a health center. Just a minute, I got to turn to page 46, what you're talking about. A lot of it's coming from the Brooks, what they learned in university. But these guys that are on the streets, these girls and guys, they know this system and they know how to help. But they're getting left out for employment-wise, and they always feel discouraged. So sometimes they just say, the hell with it, I'll go back out and do what I was doing. They just don't want to look at me. Yeah. And that's a shame, because I've seen it in my own community. I know there's people here in my community know me. I sit in my truck in my driveway every day, you see, for a reason. For a reason, because they're out there walking the streets up and down. You got a minute? They just want to listen. You got time? Somebody to listen to them. I don't want to go to the band office. I don't want to go to the health center. I don't want to go up there, because before I get across the meadows, my story's down the other end. Confidentiality. But all I want to say is that these guys that have got a lot of sobriety in, that know they can fill that job, look at those guys. Give them a chance. It'll make a big difference, because they have a lot of knowledge. And when you hit 65, man, they forget about you. You're just another Agalizio. Believe me.
Yeah.
Walalio.
It will take everybody in the community, for sure. So I'm going to set my timer. Let's have a 10-minute break, and then we will come back to the next presentation. Thank you. One of the dangers of going to break, it's hard to get everybody to come back. Where's our team? Can you go out and grab people? Let's get our team to go gather. So we're sending out the forces to see if there's anybody in the halls to start repopulating some of the chairs that we have. Where are my glasses? Laura, can you start to close those doors? That's a big indicator that we're ready to start. So thank you, everyone. We're going to move to our next presentation. So as the doors close and everybody settles into their seats, I'm going to mention again, and I will, and I'm sure Annie as well will mention chatter in the room. We know it's really important. You need to touch base with each other, but if we can keep it to a minimum so that our presenters will be able to be heard across the board. So for our next presenter, I'm going to, but before I'm just looking at my notes. So before I invite Dr. Jane McMillan to provide us with a presentation titled Another Decade Later, The Long and Winding Road to Justice in Mi'kma'ki, I'd like to provide a brief introduction. Dr. Jane McMillan is the chair of the anthropology department at St. FX, where she served as research chair for 10 years. She is well known for her work with and her connections to Mi'kmaq communities. Dr. McMillan is a legal anthropologist who conducts community initiated research focused on the intersections of Indigenous knowledge with community strategies for implementing treaty and Aboriginal rights. Please help me in welcoming Dr. McMillan to the stage, or otherwise known as Jane.
Good morning, thank you. It is a wonderful honor to be here with you again today to talk about my favorite subject, Donald Marshall and the Marshall Inquiry. He's really haunting me. But that's a good thing, I think. I was totally blown away yesterday by Dajigamick's health framework. And I thought to myself that if you married the Dajigamick Ulnuk mental health and wellness healing framework with an Ulnuk Justice Center, it will transform justice and cultural safety in your communities and across your nation. It's a holistic approach to health and justice. It's about reconnecting to land and sea and each other, and these are the cornerstones of prevention. And at the root causes of harm, you can find intergenerational healing. So, wow, I think it's terribly exciting what is happening here. There are generations of hope in this room today. But let us talk about the long and winding road to justice in Mi'kma'ki. And I hope you're hearing that Beatles song in your head like I was thinking of when I thought about the title for this. We all are familiar, or if you're not familiar, I want to remind you about the significance of the Marshall Inquiry and the Royal Commission into his prosecution. It remains perhaps the most important public inquiry into the relations between First Nations and the province regarding criminal legal systems. Marshall's wrongful conviction and life sentence for a murder he did not commit showed, of course, the profound discrimination in the Canadian legal system. The inquiry generated 82 recommendations, 82, and I just can't seem to leave home without them. This is the roadmap for change. If the provincial and federal governments had the will, Mi'kmaq Nation certainly has the capacity now to implement these. Your justice system queries that we've been looking into the last couple of days may be resolved. The Marshall Inquiry had all kinds of recommendations, as you know, and it talked about really transforming the Canadian justice system, the Canadian legal system, by indigenizing that legal system. And it talked about creating more lawyers and more police and more judges. And here we have one of the first Mi'kmaq judges being appointed, Kathy Benton. The Marshall Commission also confirmed that the Mi'kmaq have distinct cultural understandings and customary law practices by identifying recommendations number 20 and 21, which included the need for a community-controlled Native criminal court and a Native Justice Institute to provide holistic Indigenous approaches using customary law principles as an alternative to the adversarial system. The Commission suggested wraparound services that would enhance Mi'kmaq jurisdiction in enforcement, diversion, mediation, sentencing, probation, aftercare, all of the things that are of critical importance to you today. The Commission also recommended, besides Indigenous judicial appointments, the recruitment of police officers, lawyers, and the special administration of admission programs into law schools. How many people here in this room have legal training? And how many people in this room have worked for Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network at some point in time? And how many have benefited from the programs of Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network? Lots. So it's impacted a lot of us in this room. There are many Mi'kmaq lawyers today, and here are just a few. I'm sorry if I haven't put all of their faces on, and I want to congratulate Suzanne on receiving the Donald Marshall Jr. Award. At the Indigenous Mi'kmaq program at Dalhousie, it was an essay prize, right? Was it an essay prize? It was just for being so amazing? Yeah. So, right, this gives me hope and brings a warm heart to things, right? So using the Marshall Commission's report as a negotiating tool to bring about change in your communities, your leadership, many of you are still in this room today, mounted a courageous campaign asserting your rights to administer justice on your own terms to better reflect your unique circumstances, your values, and your customary teachings. Mi'kmaq political organizations under the leadership of the Union, the Confederacy, the Grand Council, Native Council, Native Women, and the Friendship Center all worked together to exchange knowledge and collaboratively design a future of the Mi'kmaq justice. The Commission made so real the racism that many experienced before the courts, and it was really an empowering turning point for you. You were invested in developing a justice system that would employ restorative principles that your ancestors had been using for thousands of years to manage disputes in your communities. Your nation, as it was said this morning, Jordan Francis is totally a justice hero, long in the trenches, said that it's inevitable that you're going to have to interact with the Canadian legal system, and you committed to working with the federal and provincial governments to address the much needed changes in your system. But you also said it was time to break colonial attitudes and just do it. You understood that the community-based justice is going to be the best way to protect your treaty rights and to be self-governing. It's impossible to be self-governing without mechanisms of justice under your control. So one of the key inquiry recommendations was the call for a Native criminal court. in order to have a Native Criminal Court, there needed to be a Native Justice Institute that would channel and coordinate the community needs and concerns into the court. The Justice Institute would undertake the necessary research to reinvigorate the customary laws that had been at play for thousands of years. And not only just focus on criminal, but think about civil and regulatory and family, the whole thing, not just a little piece of criminal law. Justice is way more than just criminality. It was also going to be a center that was going to train the personnel to work in the court and to work in your communities to find peace. It was also going to consult with the government on all justice issues, right? To be your advocates for treaty rights, to help formulate your cannabis laws, to help build your futures and your future generations. It was going to work with the Canadian legal system in all kinds of ways, particularly with law schools, but also the associations, the Crown Prosecutor's Office, the judiciary, the lawyers who drive the Canadian system. Corrections. Don't get me started on corrections. All I can say, and it's not polite, it is a shit show. Anyways, we have to, the other thing that the center was supposed to do, the Justice Institute, was to monitor the existence of ongoing discriminatory treatment against people and to call people out to change it. Now, the Mi'kmaq Justice Institute was founded to answer this recommendation. After years and years of planning and contentious negotiations, it was incorporated under the Societies Act in 1996. And the goals of MJI, as we called it, were to build partnerships with the criminal system, to shape justice policy, to deliver justice initiatives from a customary law perspective, while ensuring that the Canadian system was accountable to Mi'kmaq and all other Indigenous peoples in Nova Scotia. There was a lot of optimism in the rooms in those days, and the mantra was always jobs, 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 right? Marshall Inquiry meant jobs, jobs, jobs. I can hear Junior Bernard saying it, jobs, 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 every time we went to Wagoma. Jobs, jobs, jobs. There were not very many jobs, unfortunately, and that was part of the problem. The Justice Institute was envisioned to take on all court services, including court workers, including translation services. It was supposed to create a customary law program, conduct BAM bylaw development, provide wills and estate services, treaty rights, and legal education training. Additionally, the Institute was responsible for community outreach and the provision of cultural sensitivity training for provincial agencies. And much of the emphasis was placed on finding funding, right? They always had to chase funding to rebuild customary law for contemporary applications as recommended by the recommendations. However, all of these efforts were largely unsuccessful. The Justice Institute, and it was not this particular building, but it was a building very similar to that, had noble beginnings, decided that it needed to do other things to try and find more funding, and they thought they would train and promote the Grand Council to the traditional governing body of the Mi'kmaq, of course, symbolic of Mi'kmaq resiliency and sovereignty, as a potential judicature, right, with the communities so that they could turn to the Grand Council for hearings and determinations in all cases involving Indigenous people. So there was a lot of effort trying to find the money to create this education program to build that capacity in leadership. So Mi'kmaq, and simultaneously, the Justice Institute also was working with knowledge carriers and language carriers to create awareness of the languages that really captured the justice mechanisms within the community, the ideas of law as lived and not compartmentalized by rules was kind of tricky to capture, and how to capture that in a process. And the best way to do that was through sentencing circles and bringing people together in ceremony to create awareness and collectively find resolutions to the harms that were impacting the communities, and then to practice the traditions of feastings and protocols, which really helped with reintegration, really helped bring the community into the decision-making process, helped reduce that ostracism that happens, right? And it involves visiting, it involves facing each other. And this exchange was critically important for people to continue living in the high level of face-to-face interaction that you have in communities to live in peace. And while the vision of the Justice Institute was remarkable, the capacity to fully realize it at that time was limited. It's not like it is today. The capacity is very different today. There are only a handful of Mi'kmaq lawyers at the time. And language was not spoken broadly in the communities or in public. It wasn't celebrated, right? This was pre-Truth and Reconciliation Commission, pre any of that. This was a time of fierce advocacy that many, many, many justice heroes in this room had to fight without the levers of a martial inquiry, without TRC, without RCAP, without UNDA. So it was really constrained by the Indian Act, by a very shallow reading of Section 35 of the Constitution, and it was a challenge to build trust in community-based processes because of the level of colonialism and the level of racism people experienced when they encountered settler society. So it was a hugely challenging time, and it needed money. And of course, you cannot run a justice system with volunteers, right, Paula Marshall? You just cannot. So on the surface, the Justice Institute was making really positive inroads. It was looking good for the province, right? They gave them awards. They're saying, slapping themselves on the back, hey, you guys are awesome. But beneath the surface, the tensions over the money, the debilitating challenges of grant-based funding, programs and tailoring activities to the funder demands rather than the community needs were exacerbated by the onerous reporting requirements of the federal and provincial governments. And simultaneously, there were increasing demands for Indigenous justice services. The Unama'ki Tribal Police are a great case in point, where once you put a trusted police service in place, the call rates went through the roof. And we're seeing this, I think your call rates are going through the roof with your new website too at MLSN, right? Like just capacity, growth, demand, the things weren't meeting. There was a skeletal staff at the Mi'kmaq Justice Institute. It was stretched to its limits. And in addition to this, it got spread really too thin too quickly. Overwhelming caseload, increasing community demands to act beyond its capacity in criminal matters, because there were lots of demands for civil, for family, for regulatory, and this very kind of tentative governmental support for self-determining, self-governing injustice. So within 3 years of its kickoff, basically the Mi'kmaq Justice Institute closed. It was a heartbreaking time. Recommendation number 20, the Native Criminal Court, never came to be. And the customary law training of the Grand Council members did not take place. And other than youth diversion, the Mi'kmaq Justice Institute's only enduring success was its court worker program. So constrained by limited resources, the Mi'kmaq Justice Institute was unable to facilitate the assertion of Aboriginal treaty rights, which was really starting to explode then, because Junior was in court during those days in the mid-1990s in Antigonish. And the RCAP report had also fueled the energy of leadership and tribal councils across the country, because it was pointing to the right to a separate justice system. It talked about the fairness and integration agenda of the Marshall Inquiry findings towards constitutional rights to cultural differences and the circumstances that could lead to Indigenous control over the determination, administration, and jurisdiction of justice. And of course, we have in the room one of the great justice heroes who has been in those trenches leading the way for a very long time, Viola Robinson. A commissioner of RCAP, a true justice hero. It is, though, a part of the roadmap that can get you to where you want to go if you want to get there. Now, 4 months following the collapse of the Mi'kmaq Justice Institute, the Supreme Court of Canada rendered its judgment in Marshall, the fishing case. And of course, this has profound impacts for justice, as each and every one of your communities is experiencing its various challenges today. Talk about bad timing. Now imagine if the MJI, which was ahead of its time, was active today. It could be supporting your Nduklumik livelihood plans, it could be in supporting your enforcement plans, it could be in supporting your bylaw creation and enforcement as well. Now, the termination of the Justice Institute created a significant gap in support for peoples encountering the criminal system. And it critically messed up the momentum of the revitalization of customary law practices and their incorporation into settler law. It really interrupted the Etuaptamuk that was really foundational. And it was devastating, but it clearly revealed the depths of ongoing colonialism and its discrimination. Responding to the pressing and immediate needs of the community, the Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network emerged from a youth-focused Aboriginal restorative justice program into a court worker service provider. The Young Offender, or MYOP, as we called it, was a diversion program for Indigenous youth in Cape Breton. Launched in 1995, a joint venture with the Union of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq and Island Alternative Measures Society. And this agreement then led the Mi'kmaq Justice Institute to carry that program. It had its own funding. It also had a solid reputation in Nova Scotia justice, due in large part to its charismatic and culturally fluent director, Paula Marshall, justice hero. Now, I don't know how Paula manages to overcome every obstacle, and I think we really owe her a round of gratitude and acknowledgement. The message is don't give up, right? If you feel tired at the end of a day, don't give up. Call Paula, right? So, sorry to put more work on you there, Paula. It's like, But you brought the traditional dispute management teachings of Mi'kmaq elders to a cohort of community volunteers who really were committed and applied themselves to helping Mi'kmaq youth in trouble with the law. And you carried forward justice circles in culturally meaningful remedies in communities, in the service orders, in the apologies and restitution to restore harmed relations and foster reconciliation. These justice circles really made sense. They were inclusive, they were victim sensitive, they were an alternative to the adversarial approach. They drew deeply on Mi'kmaq laws and focused on language, on balance, on the restoration of relationships and principles of communitarianism. They foster, and they do to this day, purpose, hope, meaning, and belonging, the approach to well-being that was shared by Buddy yesterday. I just want to read a little quote from one of our studies. For me, this is a person from Eskazoni, said, "For me, the white man's justice compared to Native justice is that we sit here in a circle. Everybody gets to see everyone. In a courtroom, it's just you and the judge. You don't see the people behind you. You're not responsible to the community. You're just responsible to the judge and the lawyer and the prosecutor. You won't have to look in shame and face your fellow community members where you have wronged the community. You have to be responsible to the community, not the system." But the Young Offender Project became the Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network that we know and love today. Oops, wrong way. But it has been also on a long and winding road, and that road is full of potholes. And no matter how many times you fill a pothole, they keep coming back unless you restructure the foundation of the road. So today, the Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network is a standalone justice service that provides all of these important services of court worker, customary law, victim services. Mona's just about to launch onto a new program in mediation. It's doing great challenging work, although hobbled by severe financial constraints. It has to still chase project funds. The only, and there's only been modest receptivity, and we've seen from Waverly's presentation this morning, the province and the feds really have not come to the table in this regard significantly in any area of justice that really answers to the calls to action of truth and reconciliation, honors Marshall, fulfills RCAP, any of the levers that we have. MLSN is spread too thin, and demand for services are way up, incarceration rates are up, and jail is absolutely no place for anyone, but particularly no place for anyone living with mental health or addictions challenges. You see this in your work every day. In 2013, the Tripartite Forum Justice Committee wanted to do an evaluation of the Marshall Inquiry recommendations because there were a lot of bad things happening in communities. There were RCMP shootings, there were deaths in custody, there were unsolved missing and murdered Indigenous women cases. And the province and the feds were pretty resistant at the time to doing a full-on investigation or evaluation. It was a huge fight. There was a lot of bad feelings and a lot of bad blood. They were afraid of the Idle No More movement was around that time too, but the temerity and the tenacity of the Mi'kmaq members of the tripartite justice system got the work done. We went into every community and into Kjipuktuk. We paid close attention to assessing the 11 recommendations of the Marshall Inquiry that deals specifically with Mi'kmaq and the criminal justice system. And through the course of our conversations with everybody, 4 key priority areas came out. The people wanted more access to Indigenous legal services, and they wanted all service providers to be trained in Indigenous ways of knowing and being, and particularly treaty rights and culture. They also wanted their own laws and their own Mi'kmaq courts, and they were very concerned about family law because there were no court workers, there was very little support, and families were definitely being torn apart at the time. And of course, the 4th major issue was policing. Now, the province was not happy with the criticisms we launched in the Marshall Inquiry report. They were satisfied that they were doing enough. They gave money every now and again to Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network. They had said that wrongful convictions and racism were solved. So the report got workshopped with 8 different groups of government and service providers to prepare an agenda for a symposium where it was hoped that the concerns of the Mi'kmaq regarding their experiences of discrimination and inequality within the Canadian system would be reduced and a collegial approach would be forged. I don't know how many of you in this room are at the Marshall Symposium. I think a few of us were there. It was held in 2015, 10 years ago, just before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action were fully mobilized. It was a really high-level event. Premier McNeil said really meaningful remarks. Members of the judiciary, the federal and provincial departments of justice, except for the federal justice minister, Peter MacKay at the time, he didn't show. Executive directors of public safety, RCMP, other enforcement agencies, corrections, legal aid, law school administrators. It was a rare opportunity where people talked openly about justice and policing in Mi'kma'ki. Important relationships were formed, and there was commitment to expanding court resources and education programs and enhanced community policing and culturally relevant family law services. But quite a group of us found the self-congratulatory backslapping of the federal and provincial entities about their very modest advancements in Mi'kmaq justice to be also revealing, again, of the depths of discrimination. Now, many steps have been taken to improve relations with Mi'kmaq communities, justice. These include the intentional hiring of Mi'kmaq personnel in most justice sectors, the increased cultural competency training programs of the RCMP that Dee had a big hand in, corrections programs that Jordan's involved in, and certainly the Indigenous law capacity is expanded. I do want to say that we cannot underestimate the importance of your community members getting legal training and its transformation of the justice system. I was at the Pictou Landing, Mawiomi, a couple of weeks ago, and I was sitting in the stands watching this beautiful event, and this woman pops up beside me and sits down and introduces herself and tells me in a very excited way, "I'm Marissa Prosper. I'm a Crown prosecutor here." And I want to tell you a story. There was a Mi'kmaq community member who was in jail, and his brother had been murdered, and he wanted to get out for the funeral. And she's a Crown prosecutor. Prosecutors don't tend to advocate for those incarcerated. And she went to bat for that person to get him out of prison so that he could attend the funeral of his brother. And not just the funeral of his brother, but the soliday. She made sure he could go to the soliday so that that healing that happens there, that coming together, he didn't have to miss that. Junior Marshall couldn't get out of prison for his grandmother's funeral. The parole board said he's not showing enough remorse. He didn't have Marissa Prosper going to bat for him. And that transformation is very meaningful on so many levels. That there are Mi'kmaq Crown prosecutors with heart like that is very cool. I just wanted to share that with you. I'm going to come to a quick conclusion. This is a significant development as well. Now, while it's not a native criminal court, it's not recommendation number 20 of Marshall, it's as good as we've got right now. The Mi'kmaq chiefs in Cape Breton, I think also great justice heroes, Chief Norman and Chief Rod, created the unique court in the Wagmatcook. It opened in 2018. It's got an enhanced customary law and community-based criminal dispute, family healing, and wellness management approach, and it implements Mi'kmaq legal principles as best as it can within the constraints of Canadian law. It is a truly transformative court, but is it adequately resourced? Is it tied to a comprehensive justice strategy? No, it's not. But imagine the potential when it is. It is a beautiful facility that has at its heart, and Buddy can share, others that work in there can tell you more. There's a lot of ceremony in that court. I highly recommend you drop in on a Wednesday for a wellness or a Gladue day. I've got the schedule from now until December. That court is an open forum court. You want to see front face the challenges in your communities and some resolutions, the team of people that come together to help keep your people out of jail or to find alternatives to jail. Go and spend a few hours in that place and you'll get some hope and you'll get some really good guidance. There are, and this is the dais, this was a big day, and Junior was really well honored at the opening of this court. Now, the Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network continues to be responsive to community needs and the revitalization of Mi'kmaq principles and their applications today. But there are these serious limitations caused by precarious funding, caused by insufficient practitioner complement, and institutional isolation. Somebody mentioned silos early today, and that is a great flag of colonialism. They love compartmentalizing, they love labeling, they love putting programs here, there, and it really undermines nationhood at its root. And so whenever you see something getting isolated, like Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network, I hope that sends up really important red flags like, hey, they're messing with your nationhood. They're messing with the ability for you to lead and be self-determining in justice. I could just go on, and I know our time is limited, and I want to move forward. We have so many pathways to justice through the Marshall Inquiry recommendations, through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, through the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, through UNDA, through Senator PJ's Reconciliation Report. All of these together hold the tools for refreshing, restructuring, redefining justice relationships with your communities and the province. And from these principles that are embedded in our long-held ancestral traditions is a comprehensive justice action plan that can establish Indigenous law and legal institutions to protect and enforce the laws to protect your people. We know that TRC had these great things that are just in alignment with Mi'kmaq principles. They're in alignment with the Canadian Justice Strategy. This is our new Justice Minister. I bet if you held a symposium, he would show up. Sean Fraser is I think, a committed ally to transforming Indigenous justice, and I think the time is now to engage with him, and maybe he can use a COA funding to pay for it. Just a suggestion. Anyways, it is time to invigorate an Ulnuk Justice Center, one that's aligned with Mi'kmaq legal principles and governance. We can't expect to see real change and fundamental change at the community level if community members and their justice services are mired in day-to-day survival rather than securely institutionalized, well-funded, and stabilized by a good governance model in the context of self-determination. Tribal courts advance tribal sovereignty, economic growth, and they can promote peace and community health. Your cultural values are alive and thriving. Look at what's happening in this room. Look at Dajigamic again, with language reclamation, working together to find solutions to these unique challenges that make sense for you. I would love to see you hit one out of the park for Junior. Thank you. Are we doing questions? No.
I'm just going to push you aside here, Judy.
Push me aside.
Yeah, just
Get out of the way.
you can't win if you don't buy a ticket. So I'll just put that out there. Not that that's what I do, but here we are. So first of all, I want to say thank you for this morning's discussion. I think it was really good. Again, I'm going to highlight the importance of the round-the-room chatter. I know it's really interesting topics. It's really great to see everybody. And after lunch, it's always hard to settle down, but I'm going to ask everybody to keep your chatter to a minimum. Really good conversations, just so that you can hear the next speaker and everybody else can hear. If there's questions, that the questions can happen and everybody's aware of what the questions and answers are. So are we good? We ready to go? All right, there we go. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Addie, co-thing. So I'd like to introduce this, before I introduce the next presenter, really good, really hard discussions this morning. Again, I want to highlight, if you're triggered, please take care of yourself. Please take care of the person who's beside you, behind you, across from you. If you feel that they need help or a hand to hold, don't be shy. Go and touch base with them. So be supportive to others and be kind to yourself. So I'd like to introduce the next presenter. We have with us Dr. Matthew Bowes, and he is the Chief Medical Examiner for the Government of Nova Scotia and has held this position since 2006. Today he's here to talk about the Deaths in Custody Review Committee, which was established to examine the facts and circumstances leading up to deaths for those individuals who are in custody and make recommendations to the Justice Minister to help similar deaths in the future. As the Chief Medical Examiner for the province, he is the chair for this committee. And before moving to Nova Scotia, Dr. Bowes was the Assistant Medical Examiner and Forensic Pathology Fellow for the County of Miami-Dade in Florida. When I first read this, I'm like, he came from warm weather for our winters. I don't know about that one, really. But anyway, so please help me in welcoming Dr. Bowes to the stage. And I'm going to highlight, if you're triggered, Dr. Bowes does a great job, but if you need support, look for support and look at the people beside you if they need support. Great, thank you. Dr. Bowes? Welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Janice. First of all, I wanted to thank you for having me here. I know that speaking to you today here is a privilege that was not given to me lightly, so Janice, thank you for that. So I think I'm not going to use a PowerPoint presentation today. I'm falling out of love with it, to be quite honest with you. A friend of mine told me that PowerPoint is a device that transmits a professor's notes into the notes of the student without passing through the brains of either. So I think there's some sense to that. Why don't I tell people, first of all, why I left sunny Florida? How about that, Janice? It's actually, because it's kind of a funny story. See, I was a resident in pathology here at Dal, and I took my pathology residency, and I found that I really loved forensic pathology because it's the mystery, right? And for those of you who like Forensic Files or the First 48 and things like that, it really is that interesting and really is that fulfilling to help families discover the why and to answer the questions that they have. So I fell in love with forensic pathology because I love mysteries. And I talked to my professors. I said, where should I go to train? And they said, Miami-Dade County, Florida is undoubtedly the greatest place in the world to learn how to go do this. So you should go there. And my wife hated it. She absolutely hated it. Here's the shortest conversation I've ever had with my wife. I came home one day to our apartment. I said, honey, there's a job here for me. And then she said, well, you can stay. That was it. That was the shortest conversation I've ever had with my wife. So I describe myself as a husband and father first, and a forensic pathologist next. And so that's who I am, and I think it's important you know who I am. The other thing, I guess, to know about me is that although I love the mysteries, it bothers me to see so many mysteries happen the same way again and again and again. It's really dispiriting. And the thing that causes me to keep on going is the idea that I might prevent something one day. And, all this river of tragedy that flows in front of me, give me joy to think that I might prevent a person from going down that river. So that's what keeps me going. And so a little bit now about the agency that I head. I'm the chief medical examiner, so what is that? Well, most deaths, and I think that most of us hope for a good death, I guess, in the end. A death that is after a long and fulfilling life, a natural death of some type. But of course, we know that many deaths are not that. And for those of people we know who suffer from addictions and mental health problems, of course, that is, well, unfortunately, an important outcome. A death that, is not good. So the medical examiner service has a mandate to investigate deaths that occur by violence, by injury, or we just don't know. So if a person ends up dead and we just have no idea why they are dead, the medical examiner service becomes involved. To give you some idea of scale, there's about 10,000 deaths a year that happen in Nova Scotia, and only about 2,000 actually fall under the mandate of the medical examiner. And those are, about half of them actually are middle-aged guys with heart disease. I'm looking around the room. Here's an important and grim fact for you. For about 1 in 6 Canadians who have atherosclerotic heart disease, the first way that they know about it is that they drop dead. I'm fun at cocktail parties too, by the way. So fellas, here's a quick hint from the medical examiner. Stay in shape so you can play hockey. Don't play hockey thinking you're going to stay in shape. All right? Very important. So the medical examiner service is in charge of doing that, of investigating deaths that may be mysterious or we don't know, or they're either clearly or probably by violence. A lot of people who know me think that I do murders essentially all day. That is not at all true, thank God. Homicides are about 2% of the deaths that we do. As I said, about half of them are middle-aged people with heart disease, and then we do about 120 suicides, 150-ish drug overdoses, and this kind of thing. So the usual course of any agency of the type that I lead is we do the investigation, we collect all these facts, we do an autopsy, we certify the death, and then nothing happens, And I've spent most of the rest of my career since trying to take those facts, that investigation, and those groups of people, and trying to translate the stories of their lives into lessons that we can use to transmit back into the system so that we can prevent deaths that occur in the future. And again, thinking about myself and how that sustains me in the later part of my career. So we've done a number of things lately with respect to that kind of thing. We now take a lot of our data and we put them on open data in Nova Scotia. If you would, of the Nova Scotia government open data portal, we push out data now. So we don't keep it secret. Although we keep a lot of confidential information, aggregate data can still be put out into the public sphere, and we do that now. So if you have a curiosity about what's happening in your community and what agents and drugs people are dying of, you can now go online and get that information. Now that's, so far we have, I think it's drug deaths and suicide deaths, but we're hoping to put out all of our deaths one day so that, again, you can go. You don't have to ask me. You don't have to go through a bureaucracy. You can just go and get the answers that you need. I think that's only fair. The the other thing that we've tried very hard to do is do this exact thing, this death review committee that we've now had for a few years. The origin of that, I think, is worth sort of talking about, because it actually came about as the result of a death of a child, and this is a number of years ago now. It was the death of a child in the custody of the province, and it was a frustrating case from a number of points of view, because the child was murdered, but there was no conviction, and there was no reflection. There was no analysis of the circumstances. There was no ability or will to look into into the child's life and see how we could have done differently. So for more than a decade, I had advocated to have death review processes in this province. And a few years ago, we won that battle. And we now have a child death review committee, a domestic violence death review committee, and now, of course, a death in custody review committee. So here is what it's supposed to do. It has two broad missions, and the first broad mission of a death review committee is to collect data on an ongoing basis about a certain phenomenon. So on the subject, for example, of child deaths, we're almost ready to release an annual report about all the deaths that have occurred in children in this province from 2009 to the present. So it's going to be a pretty significant document when it comes out. And it's going to show some broad trends, some of which, well, most of which won't surprise you a bit. But I think it's useful to have these things written down in an official report so that no one can say, well, this is just a rumor, this is just a feeling of community. No, this is data. This is data in a report that you can find online, published by a government agency. So the broad mission there is to produce these reports that show community, what is happening, and hopefully some trends. Are these deaths becoming on the upward swing? Are they becoming less important? Are there fewer of them? Where are they happening? Which counties do they happen in? I can tell you that, here's one thing that will not surprise you, that young people who are trans have a relative risk of suicide of 4. So that's one of our findings that you'll see in our annual report. That might have been secret. Maybe I shouldn't have told you that. But anyway, whatever. But this report will probably not surprise you, but again, it'll be out there. Same with domestic violence. We need to understand domestic violence far more than we do. And I feel like the Medical Examiner Service is ideally suited to look into these deaths and discover where we went wrong. I'm going to propose that all of these deaths are preventable unless proven otherwise. And I think that by looking at the individual life course of these women and men, we ought to be able to discover ways to diminish the numbers of those deaths. That committee will also report on broad trends in domestic deaths. And again, we need to collect a certain number before we can start to put out these reports from a statistical point of view. And same with the deaths in custody. So the specific mission of the Death in Custody Review Committee is to look at deaths that occur in provincial jails and look at the entire life history of that person from their death right as far back as we can possibly go, and discover where things went wrong, where the system failed that person, where we could have taken that person and pushed them away from jail. I think that I would like to propose that if a person ends up in jail, that's a failure right out of the gate. So perhaps one important thing that we can do, and I'm looking at Janice because she sits in this committee, one important thing that we can do is learn how they got to jail to begin with and see if there's lessons there. Can we get people out of that stream? And then once they're in jail, discover how did they end up dying in our care. And when we look at those deaths, when we really drill down into the details and examine all the documents and read all these reports and look at the Gladue reports and all that kind of thing, we are going to sit down and make recommendations to the minister. Now you may ask, what happens to those, right? I'm sure you're sick of reading recommendations because we're always making recommendations. We're great at that, right? Well, these recommendations are obliged to be made public. So our final report of the Death and Custody Review Committee goes to the minister, and she is obliged to take out the identifying information, but she is obliged to publish publicly the recommendations that we make. And then it is up to community. You know, we have the Death and Custody Review Committee made this recommendation. What happened to it? Where are we going with this? What happens now? So the two outcomes, again, are the report, but are the recommendations that will then become public. I wanted to be very clear with you and own up to the fact that the launch of those committees has not been all that smooth. We've discovered every day new ways to do that. And I think it's unfortunate that although we picked some great people for that committee, I also picked the 6 busiest people on earth for that. And that's on me. Sorry, Janice. But, you know, we are hiring more people to support those committees. We are trying very hard to automate some of the systems that bring the data in, and we're writing briefing notes so the members of the committee will not have to pour through 6,000 pages, maybe just a couple of hundred. And, you know, we continue to learn, and we continue to make that system better. And the last idea I wanted to leave you with is that I'm definitely prepared to listen to community. That if you have ideas to make that better, if you have ideas to make that system flow more smoothly, if there's ideas for ways to get the ideas and the feelings of the community into that process, we're absolutely open to the discussion about how to learn and build and change. I think that is probably about as much as I wanted to say. Now I want to learn from you, so maybe we can have some questions, Janice. Thank you.
So I'm going to look across. Remember, we do have mic runners. If there's any questions, we did talk them out quite a bit this morning. So, and it's right after lunch. Everybody's kind of settling in from lunch. But any questions for Dr. Bowes? Bowes? I always get your last name wrong, but Bowes, sorry.
Call me Matt if you like.
What's that? Matt. There we go. For Matt? Okay, go ahead. We'll go, and then we'll move over to yourself. Can we bring a mic over here as well, Galway? Can we go to the Grand
This
Chief
working?
Yes, let's go there first.
I know what's ailing us as a nation, and I find that lots of times sudden death or some death occurs with family, and they're cut on as a surprise. And I'm trying to formulate the question, but so what I'm saying is I don't know how it works, what initiates your role as coroner to do medical examination why a person dies, right? Criminal or non, it's natural, or for like it was unexpected heart condition, right? Yeah. And what I'm getting at is a lot of families not knowing what happened. It's not completing the healing, not because it's mystery. And I know elders, when they say, oh, it was his time, right? Some elders offer that comforting. Some say, if somebody we know is sick for a long time with what they call terminal illness, the elders will comfort the person, the family, say, oh, she's no longer suffering. So, but the big portion of my question is the ones that don't know actually how this person died unexpectedly because of some hidden medical reasons. So the question is, right, if the family just requests some kind of a medical coroner examination to the cause of death, is that extra cost for the province, or how does that get compensated as in your budget when it comes to it? It'd be just a mysterious that it wasn't murder, it wasn't it was mostly just something that family didn't know about the illness of this person, and suddenly he's gone. So, you get my question?
I think I do.
Or story or question, but I'm leading to is, for the sake of healing, family should know how a person passes away suddenly, right?
I couldn't agree with you more.
So they could
Yeah.
accept it more, you know?
Yeah, and so you had questions about process, and then about the role of answers and grieving, and yeah. So the process is, the police or the paramedic phones our investigators, and who are our nurses, by the way, and they start asking questions. Who is this person? What do they do? What are they like? Do they have a heart condition? Do they have cancer? This kind of thing. And about 80% of the time, we'll find a reason why that person is dead. Perhaps they had pancreatic cancer or breast cancer and this kind of thing. So their death is not mysterious at all. But sometimes we find when talking to families that the family's shocked. Families can't believe that their loved one is gone. And I feel like when we can give them answers, we let them heal. And that's why I think an autopsy is an important truth-telling activity, that way we can go in and we can tell you, well, your dad had a heart condition you didn't know about, and that's why he died.
Because when you look at this conference, justice, mental health, addiction more, it's, I talked to a probation officer or that person, First Nation, and when she told me the high number of people before the courts, it's unresolved grief.
Oh, wow.
They took to, how do you say it, grief
Self-medicating?
drinking instead
Yeah.
of going to counseling. And they end up through the system as they go up like this in the court system. They start off small. Eventually, they get to, and it's all, he said, when I do the probation report, that's how we start, unresolved grief.
Well, and that's why, I know that we have a small part to play in that, but I feel like giving that family the answers may be the beginning of that, and that's why we become involved, and that's why we listen to family, because there's nothing more toxic to a community than an unanswered question. And we know that, and we try very hard to work with family that way.
Okay.
Is my mic on? Great. We're going to go over here, and then I believe over here, and then in the back, okay? So 1, 2, 3.
I'm just curious about the reports that are sent to the minister. Does it include like demographics, identity of the individuals, things like that?
So the final report to the minister is a very detailed report, and we hope to honor these people by telling as much of their story as we practically can. So it includes definitely, their age and their demographics and which community they were in, but also a fairly detailed account of their last years and weeks and hours. So the minister will get a really good detailed look at that person. Well, again, by law, the minister must redact from the recommendations all identifying features. So, but here's the thing, it's not going to be difficult for a community to figure out who it's about, I think. But the minister is obliged to remove the personal details of that person from the recommendations.
Great, thank you. Let's go to the next question.
Yeah, thank you for coming and sharing all your great information.
Thank you.
First, for me, Be the first and the last time I probably talk to you when I see you again, because I never seen you before.
Well, it won't hurt a bit.
Yeah, but
See me again.
I guess my question is that First Nations have a budget to work with, and it's very tight, and it has always been cut and strapped to get our business done and get what we want to get done in our communities. And I guess this is just for you. Do you have an idea how much does the government pay for First Nations death and coroner and what comes out of that? What we got to pay? Is it a big high percentage, or because, like I say, we don't have a whole lot of money like everybody thinks we do? Charge it to the natives, charge it to the Yolnus. They have a lot, but we don't have deep pockets.
Well, just to assure you, our budget comes entirely from Department of Justice, and the families and communities are never charged for any part of our involvement.
Thank you.
And in fact, we are super careful about that, in that if we have to take a body out of community to bring it to Halifax for autopsy, we pay for the transport back, so that the family isn't out of pocket at all for the transport or really any part of what we do. Because I know that, and we also help families who can't afford funerals and stuff like that. So, yeah, we work with our partners in community services and help facilitate that. We like to think that we treat, my instruction to my nurse investigators is that you treat people like family. If that person needs something, if we can possibly deliver it, we do. If we can't deliver it by law, then we find the person who can deliver it. You treat people like they're your own family.
Great, thank you. Let's go to the back of the room, please.
Just thinking about the question about the role of death and custody review committee. My cousin passed away while in this at the Central Nova Scotia Correctional Facility due to a nurse mistaking my cousin having alcohol withdrawal. Discrimination based upon addictions and being First Nations. I'm wondering. My question is more of part of the death and custody review committee, because they investigated themselves and they said, we didn't do anything wrong, we followed procedures. Somebody died, my cousin died. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we can move forward to have Indigenous representation part of this committee, or something else in terms of having someone, probably a team from Dejigamic or KMKO or something like that, to be part of that investigation, so that those kinds of struggles and barriers, that we get to the bottom of it, right?
Well, I'm glad you raised that exact issue, the excuse that, hey, we followed our procedures. But the Death and Custody Committee does a higher order review than that, because we ask the question, were your procedures adequate? Does your standard set of guidelines, are they actually the state of the art? Are there better procedures that can be brought to bear? Why was that person there to begin with? We're asking those higher level questions that I think will satisfy those questions. And with respect to and Mi'kmaq representation, Janice sits on that committee, so definitely I feel like the Mi'kmaq voice is certainly there.
And I talk a lot. I talk a lot. Well, and just, I know we have another speaker. Hello, Mike. There we go. I do have to say on the committee, it's really sensitive issues. As people, we're talking about people who died in custody. It's not only Mi'kmaq, but it's people. And we know we have brothers and sisters who might be on that list. And when I first sat at the committee, I have to say, I sat there and I'm like, oh God, here we go again, right? But the group of people who are there are a really, really good group of people. And, we have a great chair who are looking at all of the circumstances, not only the person, but the institution and what led up to that person being there. And like Matthew said earlier is, well, maybe they shouldn't have been there. Well, how did they get there? And then what happened after that? So I'm really, thank the Assembly for making the recommendation for putting me on that committee for me, because we go through every single thing. And when we talked earlier about, you know, mental health, we talked about healthcare services within within the corrections facilities. You know, is it there? Is it appropriate? Did it help this person? Did it hurt this person? You know, and without pointing fingers, looking at the system and seeing, is there systemic discrimination? Did that happen? And if their policies don't work, let's make recommendations to change them. And you're right, we heard this morning, there's all kinds of recommendations. We have lots of reports. They are all sitting on the table. And that's one thing we also talked about, is ensuring that this is not another book that will sit at the minister's desk and they won't do anything about. So what can we as a committee put in those set of recommendations to ensure action? So how can we push that envelope? And this is a little bit of why we're here today. We have so much in our back pocket. Now we require action. And this committee is part of, you know, pushing towards that action. Mm-hmm. So I'm hoping that's helpful. Do we have any other questions? Go ahead.
I got just one question. Like, when a person passes away, like my dad passed away a few months ago, but we didn't want an autopsy. We didn't want one. We knew why. But for people that request an autopsy, I know it's not an automatic thing, right? It has to be requested. And I know you said that the budget comes from the Department of Justice. But when it comes to people that request an autopsy, you know, there's an additional cost for having another step involved. Mm-hmm. Is that still absorbed by the Department of Justice, even if it's requested, even so, or?
Well, there's actually two ways to get an autopsy in the province. And one way is to get the healthcare system to do the autopsy. And usually with a healthcare autopsy, that's done at the request of family. So you may have important questions about, you know, your mom's care in hospital. Like, let's say she went in, she had cancer but survivable disease, and then all of a sudden she died. And so that's going to be a natural death and not a death for the medical examiner, but there's important questions for the family. And so in that circumstance, the family can request that the hospital do an autopsy to answer that specific thing. That has no charge to the family. That's funded, that's a funded healthcare service. The other way to get an autopsy is through the medical examiner, and that's done under the authority of the medical examiner. However, we always ask family about this. We always engage them in a conversation. And it is more often than not that family actually wants to answer the questions. They have a genuine curiosity about what happened. And once they learn about what we do and how we do it, they're usually pretty on board with it, actually. Especially since we have the ability to do toxicology where the hospital doesn't, actually.
Thank you for that. So we have 3 speakers on this end, and you can help me. Who's next, please? And then, so the third one's over here. 2 in this area.
Is this working?
Yes.
I got a couple questions. I was wondering how far you go back. I heard you say 2009. Can you go back any further, or is there anything in the future where they're going to keep records and go back in the future or in the past? And I was wondering, can we use this information to go after the government? I'm specifically looking at Pictou Landing where they have the boat harbor, and I would love to see some information on the cancer rates from the individuals from that community. Mm-hmm. And if we can go or they can take that to court and hopefully sue the government, but if we do, will the government stop this program?
So the first question was about 2009 and why it's not back further than that. 2009 was the year that our electronic database was instituted. Before 2009, we were a paper office, if you can believe it. So that was one of my first projects as a chief medical examiner. So that's the extent to which we can go back easily. Now, we could do a manual chart review further back if there was some specific question that the community had a question about. But we haven't done that so far. And I think as far as looking at trends that are current right now, 09 is probably enough, I think, in terms of drug overdoses and suicides and stuff like that. Now, as to mortality from cancer and things like that, those are important questions. But the medical examiner usually doesn't get involved with natural deaths, and cancers would be one of them. Department of Health might have data on malignancies in space and time. One day, we're going to have all causes mortality online that you can easily see. Today is not today. Well, and chronic poisonings are very, very hard to demonstrate, as I'm sure, since you seem to know a lot about it. I mean, if you get chronic poisoning due to, well, for example, smoking is a good one, isn't it? I mean, if you smoke, you're at increased risk for a certain set of malignancies. The stuff that comes out of a pulp and paper mill, those haven't been studied that well, probably not accidentally.
So just before we go down that sorry, Linwood, if we can focus on individuals who have passed well in custody and that committee. I know you have more to talk about during that, but we could touch base offline on that. That would be great. Colin?
Yeah, my question was around the environmental aspect of stuff too, but I do also have I'm wondering, the Mi'kmaq are currently working on having their own data house. We're going to have our own research area and we want to collect our own data. Is this something where we can store some of this data when it pertains to our communities?
You come see me and we'll work it out.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
So I'm going to mark that as an action item, definitely, and we'll follow up. Dee?
So my question is, the Coroner's Act is specific per province.
Yes.
Okay, so in our First Nations, and I know it's not in custody, but it's an issue. In our First Nations communities, we're a federal jurisdiction. So I'm wondering, is there anything at the federal level that collectively, because everybody's in silos in different provinces and stuff, is there any governance or policies specifically related as a result of the calls to justice or the calls to action that the coroners have to respect when dealing with our First Nations people through Canada?
What an outstanding question, because I mean, you're right. The death investigation activity is a provincially administered activity. So in this province, you have to be a forensic pathologist to do this job. Right next door, you don't. You don't have to be a doctor, actually. So every province has its own set of systems and policies and stuff like that. And so the data we collect could well be different. I would take the view that they're not comparable. So a few years ago now, right around COVID actually, and the drug overdose crisis, the Public Health Agency of Canada gathered all the coroners and medical examiners together, and we started to talk about this. And now for the first time, we're starting to publish common approaches, common guidelines to classification of drug deaths, for example, investigation of suicide. So we're starting to come towards a consensus on a common approach to these things.
Is that in response to the 231 recommendations from MMIWG, or is that an initiative on your own?
Well, that was something we started, but I think it fits very well with MMIG.
Okay, so I'm going to take over. Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Annie Bernard Daisley.
Oh, I
have
had
a
one
for you
question.
after Chief Andrea, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Regional Chief Andrea Paul. So I'm asking a question on behalf of a community member. We had an individual who, I guess he was going through the court system, but he wasn't incarcerated. And he was murdered over the Christmas holidays, and the family had asked for an autopsy because they wanted to know the full disclosure of, of him. And they were told no, and just said he died from a stab wound. but they weren't given all the information and said that it's under investigation. So the family would like to get a full autopsy report on their nephew, and when can that be? When could that be coming for them? Because it doesn't really give them much closure with regards to their family member, and so anyways, that's a question I have, and wondering if you can help there.
For sure. And maybe it might help to discuss our process a bit. You know, we go to a scene where a person has died, and we start to collect information about that person. And we try to, first of all, decide, does this fall under the act? You know, does this fall under authority, or does it not? It sounds like this person's death fell under our authority. And then that person comes in for autopsy. And then one of two things happens. Either, you know, the pathologist looks at the autopsy and is able to discover the cause of death right from the anatomy. So that will be cancer, heart attack, gunshot wound, this kind of thing. Like those things are clearly causes of death right on inspection of the body. But there's a second category of death where we have to order tests, and that might be a neuropathology consult. So we have to get a brain specialist to look at the brain, or we send off blood for toxicology, which can take weeks to months to get back, and sometimes molecular studies now we're doing. So I don't know this case, but I can tell you that it can take a few months to get a report all squared away because we have to get all the testing back. If you'd like, you can put that family member directly in touch with me. Janice has my email, and I can help them navigate that.
Thank you, I appreciate that, because they didn't even let the family know, like, where they were stabbed, like, were any of the organs stabbed, like, all they were told was died from a stab wound, but no other details.
Oh, okay. Then this might be a slightly different thing, Chief, actually. Sometimes in a murder investigation, we have to hold back information from really everybody, including the family. And that can be agonizing for family. But, you know, when a murder is committed, there are some things that are known only to the murderer and the pathologist. And if we let information out into the community that the murderer would know, it diminishes our ability to hold that person accountable. And that's that hold back. I've sat with so many families over the years, and it is horrible to do that. But it is necessary, unfortunately. But please put that person, that family in touch with me, and I'll try and sort that out for them.
Awesome. So we'll take one more question before I close it. So I see.
Hello?
Right back.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Counselor Anastasia Kennedy, and I'm from Annapolis Valley First Nation. So about 3 years ago, I had an uncle go missing. Would have been July of 2022. He was reported missing on a Sunday, found not until Thursday. Like, a search didn't start until 3 days later after we reported to the RCMP. And when he was found, like, I was in charge of, you know, my family put me in charge of everything to take care of with the coroner and the RCMP.
Okay.
So where my uncle was found was, like, pretty much in our community, close to the highway. And when the coroner called, she's like, he died of blunt force trauma to his neck and his chest. We never got a full report, and it was just a lot of suspicion on where he was found, and he was not in good health. Like, he was diabetic, he was an alcoholic. So where he was found, like, the terrain of the woods of where he was found, there's no way he could barely walk. So we're like, there's no way he could get through that terrain on his own. So, you know, we're not saying he was murdered, or we don't know, but there was a suspicion there that, you know, blood force trauma to the neck and the chest from just falling over and dying. Like, it just didn't make sense to us. So still, we don't have closure on what happened. We didn't get no report. So, you know, we would like something or someone to reach out to. The coroner was a lady that I spoke to. I don't even remember her name, but.
Well, so maybe we could talk further about that. And I know you don't want to give information out in this setting. But why don't you come see me and we'll sort that out for you. By the way, it is possible to die of head and neck or neck and chest injuries from a fall.
And I mean, we're not doctors, so we don't, like, everyone's like, what, how would he, anyway.
It sounds like my investigator could have spent a few more minutes with you for sure. So that's also
Yeah,
a
it was
training
only
issue
like
for me.
a 3-minute call, and that was it. And we're like, okay, like that's
Yeah, okay,
just.
well, that doesn't sound like what I want. So please
I
give me some
appreciate that.
names.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's like I said, I tell my investigators, you treat people like your own family. And when they fall short of that, I want to know it. So I appreciate it.
So thank you very much. So
thank
before we
you.
close out,
Thanks, everybody.
I'm going to take this opportunity as one of the co-MCs of the day to just ask you one more question, or even just to leave you with a thought.
Okay.
So when you were speaking earlier, you were talking about the death in custody review, that you would go and your team of investigators or whoever sits on the committee, and I'm very glad. I was a chief when Janice was appointed to sit on the committee, so I'm very glad that she is. Our Indigenous seats and our voices are extremely important, especially when it comes to the deaths of our people. But when somebody passes away in custody, what you said was you'll review their whole life. What led them to jail? Why were they in jail? And should they have been in jail? But going back to that, just to leave you with a thought, our lives are full of trauma, and our lives are full of intergenerational trauma that lead us to these places that, whether or not we should be in there, if a death occurs, it should not be centered around why they're in there. What it should be centered on is how they died. So that's all I need to say. And I'd get sick if I didn't say that. I'd be thinking about that all night. So thank you. So with that and saying that, on behalf of the Assembly, we thank you, Dr. Bowes, for being here. And we're going to leave you with a little parting gift. And thank you. Yes. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, everyone. So we're going to jump right into it because Chief Michelle, how are you? Good. So I have 3 microphones standing and sitting around me, and it's for a reason. We're going to be going into a panel. And the discussion on the panel is on policing, charges, and the court system. And as I provide introduction of our panelists, I will invite them to join me on stage as I introduce them. First is Elder Doreen Prosper, who is the Mi'kmaq Elder for the Nova Institute for Women in Central Nova Scotia Correctional Facility. Doreen is from Buckenkeg, but now calls Millbrook her home. Hi, Doreen. Hi. She and her partner, Dale Sillaboy, are well known across Mi'kma'ki for their traditional and spiritual ceremonies and practices. She will be joined by Deanne Sack, who is a counselor for Sibägnagadi and a retired RCMP member, where she was one of the first Indigenous women to achieve the rank of corporal. She is a knowledge holder, an advocate for gender equity, Indigenous inclusion, and a proud member of the White Eagle Sundance Society. Mona O'Brien, who is joining this panel on representing MLSN, is a mother, daughter, and sister. Is Mona here? Come on up, Mona. She's been with the Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network for over 10 years and is passionate about creating change. She has frontline experience as an Indigenous court worker, GLADU report writer, and now working to bring new programs and services to the organization. And the final member of this panel is our very own Janice Maloney, who is KMK's executive director and who's been my co-MC for this conference. I know many of you already know Janice. However, she's been with KMK since 2005, and before that, she helped to develop the Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network and Mi'kmaq Will Kits at CMM. She is also a member of the Death in Custody Review Committee that Dr. Bowes spoke about. Thank you all for joining us here today and sharing your knowledge and expertise with you. Now, I'm going to change things up a bit because this is just too colonial for me. So I'm going to sit with you as a question Questioner, I need a chair. Patrick. Patrick's got a chair for me. Thank you, Patrick. So we're not going to be intimidated by me at all, not whatsoever? Do we have enough mics? We need a mic. Oh, do we have enough mics? Can we just pass them around?
They know I'm the one that likes to talk. Give me the mic. I'll say what like Nick said yesterday. Give me the mic. Off we go.
Can you hear me? No. Is this one working? No, it isn't. Or it is. Yes, it is. So I like a microphone too, which is good. So I'm going to start our question with our elder, Doreen. Doreen, in your experience, why is it so important to have Mi'kmaq elders, supports, and ceremony in correctional institutions?
This is on. First of all, I can take my gum out for a second because what is happening is I have a cold, and at any point in time, I will cough like really badly, and I really don't want to do that. It is extremely important. First of all, I'll give a little history of the amount of time that I spent in corrections. I haven't spent any time, and I regret this very much. It's not because of lack of trying in the provincial system, right? I've been trying to get in there, and it is a hard place to get into to help our people, and it is a place where they absolutely need a lot of help. It doesn't, you know, and time-wise, I am working full-time as it is, so I would have to, you know, make some time. In the federal system, I have been working in the federal system since, let me see, 1995. I started at Nova Institution for Women. I am still there. I am there part-time, I would say 2 days. I also work at Spring Hill Institution for Men, 2 days, doing ceremony, cultural teachings. All of that is extremely, extremely important. A lot of our sisters and brothers that are incarcerated, they have not had the exposure that they should have had while they're out there. Because as you well know, or as I have come to find out, when they are not in the right frame of mind, you know, when they're using substances, because of the respect, the deep respect that they have for their elders, for their culture, for ceremony, for all of that, they absolutely will stay away. And it is only when they come into incarceration that they have that opportunity. You know, they are to really engage in ceremony. There was something I was going to say that kind of went out of my mind real quick. It's a connection, and yes, someone had mentioned earlier that you know, it's a numbing process. You know, our sisters and brothers, when they come into incarceration, they are going through some incredible traumas. Oh, thank you so much. And what they have done, you know, they have used substances as a means to numb. It's not only because they have not had the opportunity to have closure for grief, but there's so many things that they are going through. The way I look at it, and, on a very individual basis, is truth and reconciliation. At its very individual level. Because what we have to do, and this isn't just the people, our sisters and brothers that are incarcerated, it is absolutely everybody, all of us. We really need to look at ourselves, look at the truth, historically, you know, what happened to us, why we are the way we are, and how we can reconcile that truth. And this, I think this really applies to, at least it applies to me. And even though I'm not incarcerated, you know, I can go home at 4 o'clock. I am in the system. I'm there every day pretty well from 8 to 4 and longer most days. So I have that mindset. of what's happening in there, what needs not to happen. There's just so many things, absolutely. Our people, they, and all of us, when I speak about them that are incarcerated, I'm speaking about everybody. The thing is, when we walk our spiritual path, there are 3 things that we really need to do, and it's something that I try and teach them, and this is from my experiences, and that's not just to learn, relearn, but it's to unlearn also, because there are so many things that were normalized in our everyday lives that are not a real good thing, and we've internalized them. They become our core values, and your core values are something that you absolutely value, but sometimes they don't serve a good purpose, and you have to somehow let them go. Inside of us, and I tell the women and the men this, through my experiences, the thing we need to reconcile is the fact that we have within us, housed within us, both victim, we are both victim and perpetrator. And we need to reconcile that. And that is not an easy thing to do. You can do that best as an Indigenous person through spirituality, through culture, through all of those things that we have. And there are many things that, that we have as interventions, cultural interventions. So I'll stop at there for now.
That's amazing, I'll tell you that. Very amazing. I'll ask if anybody else wants to touch on that same question, if you want me to read it again. Yeah, okay. So in your experience, why is it so important? Why is it important to have Mi'kmaq elder supports and ceremony in correctional institutions?
So I'm going to add, if that's okay with the group, I think it's so important to get that home base, that grounding, especially when you're in a system that's so foreign, like a jail, or you're being held in cells. It's highly emotional, right? Sometimes you're just drying out. You got thrown in there. You were high. You're drying out. You're with a bunch of people that are, potentially challenging. So to have that bit of home, I mean, we all know when we go to conferences or you're in Halifax or you whatever, you see another Mi'kmaq person or another Ilnu, you say, hey, hi, right? And it just feels good. It just feels good to have that grounding, that other person that understands you, that knows you. To have an elder to come in, a knowledge keeper to come in and say, you know what, I know you're hurting, but you're okay. You still have your ancestors, you still have your history that's behind you. So I really, truly value those individuals, and I'm looking over this way as well, who have offered to go into the institutions, into the jails, to do the sweat lodges, to do the smudging, and even just to sit down and talk to people. Sometimes all you need to do is hey, how's it going? And you know what's going on at home. To get that grounding, there's no better medicine than Mi'kmaq. There's no better medicine than our culture, our elders, our spirit holders and knowledge holders. So I highlight that role so intensely, and this is why we're trying to push that. So anybody knows anybody who will do work in the jails, please let us know, and especially in the southwestern zone. Sorry, put that in again.
Thank you, Janice. Anybody else want to touch on that before we move on? Okay, my next question is for you, Mona. Can you tell us about some of the biggest barriers working within the court system?
The barriers within the system. I think the system is a barrier in and of itself. So when we put people in systems that don't work for them, then there's obviously an adverse effect to that. I look at my experience as a court worker. We've got people that have been in the system. I used to work at the institution Spring Hill back in the 90s, and there was an individual there who was there for a very serious crime. And I ran into that person in my role as a court worker, and they thought they knew the system, they thought they knew the process, but it's a lack of understanding of the process. Even though you've been in the system for a very long time, you think you know the process. And one of the other larger barriers that I've certainly been witnessed within the system is a lack of cultural understanding from the system players. So the Crown, the court, even down to the defense or even sheriff services. When you see somebody who perhaps is struggling with language, who will stand in front of a court, stand in front of other people, and maybe Mi'kmaq is the first language, and the judge is asking them if they understand, and of course they're going to say yes, and they may be admitting to something that they perhaps didn't do. So that's a barrier. And nobody wants to stand up in front of anybody and say, I don't understand, specifically in a courtroom. So that's certainly a barrier. One of the other barriers that I've seen as a court worker is as the organization that I work with, the Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network, I'll give you an example. We have one court worker in Halifax, Dartmouth, and we have over 13 courtrooms in Halifax, Dartmouth, and we have one court worker that covers that. And then there's a youth court. And so, we have one court worker that covers Shubenacadie Court, Truro Court, and Amherst Court. And to me, that's not fair to the individuals that are going through the system. So that's a barrier. We have access to justice issues, transportation. One of the questions that I posed to the staff recently was, what's the ideal justice piece for our people? And most of our staff responded with wellness courts within the community. I remember sitting in Shubenacadie Court one day, and I shared this yesterday with one of the counselors in Shuby. I remember sitting in the courtroom, and there was a warrant was issued for a woman in the community of Shubenacadie, and the individual showed up about 11 o'clock, and sheriffs were going to take her into custody. And I said, there's no need for that. She showed up. Let's just go in the courtroom and deal with the warrant. And when we got into the courtroom, and this was just on the heels of the release of the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls report, and the judge asked the individual what time court started, and she said, well, 9:30, and he said, where do you live? And she said, I live in the community. And he said, how long would it take you to walk here? And it took every ounce of energy in me to remain seated in the courtroom, because I thought, wow, like, you're coming from a very privileged position to say that. Look at the risk of that woman having to walk from Shubenacadie to Shuby Court. Look at the risk. Maybe she has children she has to get ready for school. Maybe she has diabetes. Maybe she hasn't eaten, and you're asking her to walk on an empty stomach. So there's all kinds of things that we see on a daily basis that are barriers to our people, and we need to change that.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else want to touch on that? I'll reread the question. Can you tell us some of the biggest barriers working within the court system?
Just reflecting back on my career, and whenever I dealt with somebody that was from our First Nations communities, I went above and beyond and extra to ensure that they were comprehending what was going on in the court system and with their rights. And I'd even go as far as saying, no, you don't want to say that. Don't say anything, and it's not their fault that they have a lack of understanding of the colonized ways of dealing with conflict or whatever the issue is. That's not their issue. but I think the onus is on the courts to do a better job with respect to ensuring that there's cultural competencies and cultural safeties in place for our people that, cross that threshold into the court. And for decades and generations, our people have been, against the crown. It's always but no respect for our ways of law and justice and so on and so forth. I'll say this, and people know that I'll say this, my community is ground zero for genocide. We're 3 kilometers away from the residential school. Our language, our culture, our ways of knowing and being were decimated because of that residential school and centralization. And I think the colonial systems need to really focus on our history as Mi'kmaq to, show some compassion. So those are huge barriers within the court system, the lack of compassion.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to the next question, and this is for Janice. Janice, hearing what Mona is saying about the court system and her work within it leads me to ask, as we begin to see more and more Mi'kmaq lawyers completing law school and being called to the bar, working alongside many of these lawyers yourself, how do you think justice will evolve and change with the growing Indigenous representation in the field?
It's a really good question, a really hard one to answer, but with more lawyers or more people that are legally trained within the system, we're hoping to help push that envelope. It's cultural, it's understanding, like what are the courts doing? You don't have a clear sense of how we live and what we do. So that education, both to the judges, the Crown, the legal aid, having us every step of the way. I heard somebody say earlier, we need people in enemy territory. I'm going to keep that in mind, right? Because that Crown attorney that was mentioned earlier, that Jane had mentioned, man, a Crown attorney puts people in jail. But if we have a Mi'kmaq or more Mi'kmaq Crown attorneys that have a better understanding, especially the issues of access to justice, well, maybe the court's a little bit further away. Well, maybe the court's in the community, but I still have addiction issues. I'm not a very good organizer, and I forgot the day, right? So how do you allow for, I forgot the day, I don't need to be there at 9:30, but 11 o'clock, we'll get through that. So a better understanding of the community and the process. So you need people all the way through the system. And I do want to highlight what Russell had mentioned earlier is, there's a lot of people out there with experience. So it doesn't only have to be people who are legally trained, it's people all the way through the system. If you're an admin person, I love admin people because I think they're the ones that run the whole show. Nurses run the show. It's people that are within the system that will help change the system.
Thank you, Janice. Deanne, this question's for you. You've had quite an extensive career working for the RCMP. I think it may be interesting for many people in this room to hear this question. What are, and this is really important because I'm going to go off track a little bit, put on my former hat as chief and as former hat as counselor and leader in our community, that a lot of what happens and the wrong things that happen in your community fall upon the leader's shoulders. The community puts a lot of pressure and emphasis on chief and council to fix it, to solve it. But this is the question that is going to lead up to that. What are the RCMP allowed to and not allowed to do under the Mental Health Act?
Oh, wow. So the Mental Health Act was changed in, I think, 2024 to IPTA, the Involuntary Psychiatric Persons Detention Act or something like that. And they streamlined the differences. It's more focused towards the client or the patient. So the RCMP are allowed to detain. And when they detain, they have to read the rights to the individual, regardless of what the circumstances are when somebody is in that situation. They can transport from the medical facility to court or to wherever. What they cannot do is they cannot assess because they're not medical professions. They cannot render judgment. They cannot, there's a specific time that they have to make the relay points, and they have to get to that destination as fast as possible. So that's a generic, what they can and can't do. But I've been in many situations throughout my career from I wear 3 hats when I was like a police officer. I'll always be ILNU first, always, no matter what role I'm in. I'll always be female. And then I had that hat of a RCMP officer. And the biggest, I'll never forget a call. So another thing about me too is I always speak the truth and I speak from my heart. So the words I'm about to share may trigger some people, so I'm gonna offer a trigger warning. And if I offend or hurt anybody, Mesque, I'm very, very sorry. But this is the reality of our communities and our people. Nobody calls the police to invite them to supper and birthdays, right? And we don't know what goes on behind closed doors. I do, because I've seen it. I've investigated it. And when people are in crisis, it's very important to show compassion and kindness. And that's my ILNU hat, that's my female hat that I wear, because I'll never ever lose that component. And I worked with, back in the day, it was pretty much, there's Debbie Maloney, she was the first female officer, and then there's me 8 years later. And she was in Vancouver, so we didn't have each other to, soundbar off. But I'll never forget this call I went to. And so I said that because we didn't have ILNU. I didn't have the ILNU guidance or support close by to say, hey, how do I unpack this or how do I deal with this? And I'll never forget this call. It was Easter Sunday, I believe it was. And then when we had calls for service during holidays, we would be on call. And a lady had called in, and holidays are really difficult for people who have trauma, deep-seated trauma. It's just triggering. It hurts a lot of people. So I got a call, and it was a suicide. I'll never say what province or what community, but it was a suicide attempt. And I got there in the nick of time, and I got this woman down from where she was, and she collapsed into my arms. And my partner that was with me, he was looking at his watch, and he was like, can you hurry up? Can you hurry up? And I looked in this woman's eyes, and I don't know, we're ILNU, so we've seen a lot too, right? And I looked in this woman's eyes, and there was nothing. There was nothing. Her eyes were no hope, nothing. And I cradled her, and she was still alive, and I'm gonna try not to cry. And she said, I did the best I could do with my kids. And that effing partner of mine, can you hurry up? I want to get home to my kids on Easter. I told him to get the F out of here, I'll do this myself. But it's the compassion. It's the compassion that they're missing under the mental, the IPTA or whatever it is. It's our people. We take care of one another. And this day and age, it's just like, it's only going to get worse. It's going to get worse because there's a handful of ILNU members throughout our Nova Scotia and throughout, but it's hard because of the systemic issues, and they're deep-seated systemic issues. I could go on and on and on, but I hope I adequately answered that question.
You did, and you speak from the heart all the time, and that's what really nails the difference between what you were just referring to. When you work and speak from the heart, And when you really genuinely care and love our people and our nation, that's where the difference lies, and never change.
Thank you.
So, 1 second, here we go. Yeah, there you go. That's all right. That's all right. Doreen, I have a question for you. All right. Hearing Deanne speaking about limitations that she and other Indigenous RCMP members faced, in your opinion, is there a gap between services provided within correctional facilities and the community? If so, what do you wish could be done to better support our Indigenous sisters and brothers working within correctional facilities?
That's a real good question. It sure is. So I can't really answer that for sure. However, I can say this. I do not absolutely know what is out there in the communities for our people that are leaving the institutions. I think one of the problems may be the connection. There needs to be a stronger connection. There needs to be a faster connection, someone or a group of someones that are there on the ready for our people when they are being released, because a lot of them want to go home, and it's not just when they're being released. There has to be there's a period where they're preparing to either go back home, and a lot of people want to go home, but for some reason, the reception, the full reception or whatever is needed for them to comfortably reintegrate back into the community is absolutely not there. There's something else I was going to say too, but by God, it's gone. And then of course they have options. They always have options. They call it like the releases, Section 81s, 84s. Some may be able to go, maybe to the Friendship Center. They can go to the halfway houses. But most people, I think, want to go home. The thing about our communities, I think, and I'm speaking generally, and I know every community is different, but there is how can I say this? There is some lateral violence that lingers within our communities, and it's not. That is something that is very hard to get rid of. It absolutely is. And it is not because we are not trying as a people to heal. Not only as an individual, because this is how it works, as you well know. When we talk about on a grand scale, whatever it is that you want to talk about, you have to start with the individual every time. So you start with the individual. That individual has to heal on a holistic level, right? Mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally. And that is really looking at where they are and why and how they got there and how they are going to move in a healing manner. And that takes a lot of people as time goes on. So this person, when they get into the community, if they're fortunate enough to get back into their community, they can reintegrate where they themselves feel safe, and maybe their prior victim, their family, whomever, feels safe, right? And that takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of healing on everyone's part. Then that is a really good thing, but it takes a lot of doing. It absolutely does. That once that person is on that healing journey, he now has to go and reintegrate with his family. And within that family has not healed in the manner or has not gone on the journey that person that was coming out of incarceration has gone on. So there are things that need to be done. The family now has to heal together. They have to come together and support this person that has come out. And sometimes, it's just, it doesn't happen, or it doesn't happen as quickly as it should. Now, when you talk about the family healing and allowing their member to come back in and reintegrate, then you need to talk about the community. This community needs to gather around this family, and they need to support this family. So they need to come together as a community. And that is a hard thing to do because each and every one of us, as I say, are on a healing journey of our own. And that's because of, recycled trauma, all of that. And we are trying our damnedest as people to heal. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Phenomenal. Dee, I'm going to bring it back to you for a minute. Drawing on your experiences, in your opinion, what do you feel is needed in the relationship between the RCMP and community for everyone to feel safe?
And go. Wow. The RCMP and the First Nations people across Canada have a very, very long history. The mounted police were created to manage the Indigenous people out west back in the day. So we didn't start off on a good foot. So what is needed now? And then today we heard a lot of guest speakers eloquently speak. Dr. Jane McMillan spoke about, in the 82 recommendations from the Royal Commission. 25 years later, still the same issues. The Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. The MMIWG 231 calls to justice. And all those recommendations along the way from other investigations and other reports. And 9.9% out of the time, the RCMP they're involved in that, if not the root. We've heard our sisters from across the nation speak about the atrocities that the RCMP have done in MMIWG. We listen to our elders speak of the atrocities the RCMP have done with regards to residential schools. That's the definition of insanity. How many times do we have to speak our truth and nobody listen to us? How many times? This has been going on for decades, a millennium. So what needs to be done? The RCMP need to apologize. What is an apology? An apology is, I'm sorry, description of the action that caused hurt or harm and changed behavior. That is a sincere and genuine apology. And that's what we need from the RCMP. Will we get it? No, because it's riddled in, I don't want to be held accountable, this one, the legalities, this policies, blah, 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 blah. Where's the compassion? Where's the humanity? So will we ever get to that? I don't think so, because in my opinion, it's getting worse. I've been retired for a couple of years now, probably about 4, I lost count. But I still work. I get phone calls in the middle of the night. I won't say what province or what community, but I got a phone call at 3 o'clock in the morning, and all I heard was a squeak. And I've got 4 kids, and I've got grandkids, and I thought the worst. I was like, what is going on? Who's calling? And it was a lady from a First Nations community, and she said, my daughter is dead, and nobody's listening to me. I'm the mother. And I was like, put me on the phone with them. This was about 2 years ago. I'm retired. They wouldn't even listen to me. And I was all about policy. I was a policy analyst. And I'm asking the mom, is this done? Is that done for the sudden death? And anyway, in the family's opinion, in the mom's opinion, it was a murder. And she was judged because she lived in a high-risk lifestyle. And I was so tired of telling the police, the RCMP, when you're working our First Nations communities, 1 minute they can be a victim, the people, 1 minute they can be a complainant, the next minute they're going to be subject of complaint, the next minute they're going to have your back if somebody's ready to clunk you over the head. So you deal with these people accordingly. You don't judge them, but there's a lot of judgment. Anyway, this lady, long story short, the police judged this woman, and it's turned out to be a murder. And right down to the coroner. The coroner listed her as a white woman. And anyway, long story short, it's terrible. Yeah, so with regards to the RCMP, I think they're done. I think they need to be done with our First Nations communities. Nobody wants to be recruited by the RCMP because you look at how they treated their ill new members. When I joined in '95, there was like in their 30s, close to 40s, ill new members. And now you have a handful. I don't know what the stats are now because I'm out of it, but I think there's only like a few ill new members still standing. And I feel sorry for them and I pray for them every night because that's a rough road to navigate, that RCMP world, and trying to do right by your people. It's really, really rough. I can speak to myself. I was part of gender-based class action about women in the RCMP, and I won't get into too much detail, but I had to stand before an adjudication board, and I had to defend my affidavit about the gender-based harassment issues. And as soon as I walked in this adjudication room, it was 6 men, and it was like, to me, I was just baffled. And one of the words out of one of the men were, "Do you realize this is about gender-based harassment and not racism?" I know. So I prayed to my mom, who's in spirit world, and I said, "Mom, please give me the words that are going to adequately explain to these, allegedly learned individuals, and composure, because I wanted to flip tables." And I said, "Yes, gentlemen." I said, "I do realize that it's about systemic gender-based harassment and not racism." I said, "But imagine," I said, close your eyes and imagine I'm gifting you the most beautiful set of sheets, Egyptian cotton, 2,300 thread count. I said, and I want you to pick out the female thread, and I want you to pick out the Mi'kmaq thread. You can't, because it's the same sheet. That's me. I said, but what I don't think you guys understand is something, and all I could think about were those weighted blankets that we use for like PTSD or littles that have some issues there. I said, imagine I'm gifting you a weighted blanket. Pick your weight, guys. 25 to 100 pounds. They're all men, so they went like 100 pounds. And I said, I want you to feel the weight of this blanket on your shoulders. And I said, that is the weight of the trauma you inherited the second air hit your lungs, the second you were born. That is your trauma you inherited from your mom. Now here's the next blanket. That is your grandmother's trauma. And anyway, for the sake of time, I went through centralization, residential schools, I walked them right through our history. And then you could see these men slumping over from, the pretend blankets on their shoulders. And did I mention the D in my name is for dramatic? So I smacked my hand on the table and I said, sit up straight and you tell me how proud you are to be a Mi'kmaq female in this organization. I made one of them cry. And I said, that essentially is what you don't understand. And the system, they're still in place. It's not going to change. It's getting worse because we don't have that representation in that organization anymore.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Honest to God. All right, Janice. Speaking of inclusion and Indigenous involvement, as a Mi'kmaq lawyer, how important is it to you to be a part of the Death in Custody Review Committee? Why is it so critical to bring that Mi'kmaq perspective to those conversations?
Thank you for that. I think for me, it's an honor, and like I said earlier, thank the Assembly for putting me on that committee. it's important to have our Mi'kmaq voices talk about and look at every Indigenous person, Mi'kmaq person who died in custody. What happened beforehand? You know, we talk about trauma, what brought them there? And then when we look at our legal system, what are the systemic barriers that kept them in the system? How come they're back in there? Was it what happened? Was it a first-time offense? Were they there a lot? Was it a breach? It could have been a number of different things. But there they are now, and they're in the care and control, I have to say that again, the care and control of the provincial government, of corrections. And in my mind, they didn't care or control. The individuals ended up dead for whatever reason. And so to ensure that, our voices are there to say, this is a person, this is a Mi'kmaq person that has all of these traumas, that have so many more hoops to jump through to get I want to say not even a fair shake at it, because you're not going to get a fair shake at it, but you have a lot more hoops to jump through to even get the treatment that you get, which is not good treatment at all. So for me, sitting on that committee, and like I said, I talk a lot, and I think it's really important for our voices to be heard, so that when the recommendations go to the minister, that our voices are included, that hopefully there will be actions and it won't be another report sitting on somebody's desk to say, let's get something done. Let's action these. Let's action these recommendations. Today, I know Jane talked about when we had a sidebar, it was like, well, we have everything. We have all the tools. We have all the recommendations. We have, the Marshall recommendations, the RCAP report, the missing and murdered Indigenous women, the calls to action, and we can go on and on and on. The tools are there. And now we have people, and we have the organizations. Yesterday we heard a lot from Dajagamic. We have a lot of capacity in our communities. And, in the communities and in the organizations, now these next couple of days or these last couple of days is to look at what can we do to action them. And I see that my role at the committee as being that, what can we do to action things so that doesn't happen again to anyone, If you're in custody, man, you better be, because you don't have any control over yourself. And it's going back to all the old traumas and bringing them back live.
Thank you, Janice. For my last question, I'm going to go to Mona first. But encourage any of you on the panel to add if you want to afterwards. If you don't want to, and that's okay. Mona, in a perfect world, what would our court system look like for Mi'kmaq offenders? In a perfect world, what would the court system look like for Mi'kmaq offenders?
Murray Sinclair said that the legal concept of innocence or guilt is not granted by the same importance by us as it is in the Canadian criminal justice system. In our culture, guilt is usually secondary to the main issue, and the main primary concern is that something is wrong and it needs to be fixed. The main objective is the restoration of harmony rather than the imposition of punishment. And I think that comes back to one of the programs that we have at the Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network is the Mi'kmaq Customary Law Program. And that program works. That program is severely underfunded by government, severely underfunded. But that program works. We've sat in sentencing circles where we've had, elders participate, community members, counselors participate, and wrongdoers and the person who was harmed sit in circle and figure out how they can best move forward to restore the harmony. When there's a wrong that's done in community, it creates an obligation for that individual to restore the harmony and to make it right. And that circle process that we have in place at MLSN, it works, you know. But we're not seeing uptake from the courts as much as we would like to see. We look at, you know, Janice talked about deaths in custody, and, you know, we look at, just let me get my statistics. What did I do with my statistics? At any given time in Nova Scotia, there's 393 people that are remanded, are innocent until trial. There's 393. Of those, 53 individuals are Indigenous. The provincial government pulled funding from MLSN for the bail program. And that's an opportunity for individuals to make bail, come back to community, and perhaps work on some of the issues that may have brought them in front of the system in the first place. So it's kind of doing all the work up front. That program is no longer in existence. You know, and so in a perfect world, there would be more opportunity for our people to go through that circle process. And, you know, we have circles where, or we have wellness courts, and we have, you know, Gladue courts, and those work to a degree. However, it's still the system. It's still system-based. And the Mi'kmaq customary law process brings community back into that. You know, years ago when things went wrong, we sat in circle and we figured it out. And we came up with a solution that worked for everyone. And the onus was on the person, the wrongdoer, to make it right. And we need to go back there, and we have the capacity to do that. You know, we have trained facilitators. We have those individuals within our communities, and we need to go back to that.
Thank you, Mona. Anyone else have anything to add?
Just a quick comment. It's about creating and maintaining safe spaces in our community.
Thank you.
I'm just going to, if it's okay to add one thing. I know we spoke about the Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network, and Jane earlier talked about the Justice Institute. And the intention of the MLSN was to be, you know, a better place, secondary to the Justice Institute. So to help individuals through this whole system. And so that would have been for the bail program, it would have been for victims, it would have been for customary law, for circles, just the whole gamut. So one of the things we talked about earlier was governance and us taking control. And how do we do that? Well, we need to build a Justice Institute. We need to build one, but we have one. We have the MLSN that was supposed to do that, but because of funding, because of support, well, you know, I propose, well, let's go back, let's support them. Let's really try to raise them up to do the job that they need to get done with respect to all the areas in the courts that we need. We also need to have our own healing centers. In an ideal world, if we're talking about an ideal world, you know, they would go through the legal support network, through the customary law. They would go through our own court systems. They would go to our own healing lodges that would work on addictions, trauma, mental health, and cultural support if they're in that area. So we need, ideally, our own governance system, our own justice system that will work within our communities to support our communities. And that would be the Mi'kmaq taking care of the Mi'kmaq in an ideal world, and just following up on where Mona was.
Thank you.
Another thing I wanted to add as well is anytime a police officer is engaged in use of force or wrongful use of force, it's policy that a CIRT, Serious Investigation Response Team, is called to investigate. And no? Yeah, it is. Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was getting at. Police policing police and investigating their own. But where's the ILNU representation on this provincial organization to add the cultural competencies? And that's really, it's crucial and it's important to have that representation in all these levels of justice.
Thank you, Dee.
You're welcome.
All right. So, one more question to the panel. And that'll end our questions for the day to the panel, because so far, I'm going to tell you guys something. You guys are all phenomenal, and you've answered every question so phenomenally. So, one more question. To any of the panel members, in an ideal world, what would policing, justice, and a court system, what should they have included for our Mi'kmaq sisters and brothers? What should be included in all those systems?
Community-led with knowledge keepers and elders who know the issues of the community, the families, the people. Each one of our communities throughout Mi'kma'ki are unique and different, and that's what's missing.
Wow. Anybody else want to answer that?
No, I think that's an awesome answer, and I'd like to turn that question to the audience to say, what do you think is needed?
I have one little thing to say, just a very small. You had mentioned that we have all the tools, and that is an incredible, incredible thing to say and to actually realize, because it's not for lack of Indigenous people coming together. We know we have many experts, whether they are educated in the Western institutions or whatever. We are well educated because we have gone through lived experience. That's how we are educated. But the thing is, we need teachings with everything that we have in program, whatever it is that we have in the institutions that we help the women or the men through. They need to apply tools, tools, skills, but to me, they are absolutely nothing unless you bring the teachings in with them. So there has to be that cultural component. It has to be, spiritual, cultural, ceremonial. It has to be all of that. And for each and every one of us to get that opportunity to allow each other for that truth and reconciliation process that is such a personal journey. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is not on yet.
I did want
You can
to.
hear me? No wonder it's not on. Tommy J has the mic.
I've been waiting for it all day, and I didn't hear it all day, but the word I was looking for, too, was even with the grieving process. We're not talking about nothing about that, just turn the page, basically. You know what I mean?
What process?
The grieving. We're not grieving, we're just turning the page and dealing with the next one every time. Yeah. Right? I even see grieving happening at the school, where these kids are supporting each other at school even. And it's great to see that, but it's very hard to see that as well. And I find even a week off of work is not long enough. I really do. Like, they should move it to at least 2 weeks. So then he or she can pass out the death certificates, and on the second week, they're usually catching up with the rest all over again, so they can hit that refresh button and go back to work again. That's a big problem that we're seeing too, because we're dealing with over 30 of them in our 2 years at home. And sometimes people ain't even getting over one, and they're dealing with another one. That's why I would love to see each community have a grieving community, working together on that part and building things together. Yeah, a big support system is right.
I can jump in on a little bit with that one.
Oh, yeah,
Go for it, Corrine, yeah.
This is just kind of a small, this is small. It's not every community. It's not every Indigenous person that deals with death and grieving in this way. However, there are a group of us, and there are small pods of people, and I think in each community throughout Nova Scotia and possibly New Brunswick and further out west, that have a system in place to deal with grieving, and the process, the ceremony lasts for 1 year, and then it is reinforced every month in ceremony, and that is a starting point, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. I see people already have the mic. Yeah, go for it. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I got a question. It all sounds good and everything, but do you have a lot of non-First Nations trying to identify as First Nations to use this? Because it seems like you're going to have more First Nations. It could tie up our whole process that we're trying to do here if you have
That's a whole
First
other can
Nation.
of worms, isn't it, Jeremy? Yeah. You mean when people are accessing the GLADU reports and identifying as First Nations to think that they're going to get off easy on their crimes, and we all know that they're non-Indigenous, but yet still they have GLADU reports written up for them?
Yes.
And they've made it public? You mean those people? Yeah, how do we
That's
deal with
them.
those people?
I can speak to that.
Okay.
And I don't have the statistics here, but I can tell you that we receive requests for GLADU reports from the court when an individual is being sentenced. And we have found increasingly over the last 3 years that we have people that are submitting that they are Indigenous, and in fact they are not. And so what we've implemented at the organization is that we do a genealogy. If that individual does not possess a status card from one of the 13 communities in Nova Scotia, we will get their family background, to go back 3 generations to the Indian Act, to determine, and then we've contracted that service out to an individual who will prepare a genealogy for us. If that individual does not meet the criteria, then we send that back to the court to say, we're not saying that they're not Indigenous, we're just saying that we're not able to prepare a GLADU report for them based on the GLADU factors. So it's the same amount of work, but that has sent messages to the court, and the courts don't want to touch it. The courts don't want to say, well, you're not Indigenous or you're not Indigenous. They'll send it to us. So we've done that as a safeguard to protect the integrity of what GLADU was set out to do in the first place.
Thank you. I want to touch on what Tommy J had brought up earlier. And what he brought up was grieving. And in communities, larger communities, or even the smaller communities, when you're looking at, and I'll go back to it again, the colonial structures of HR, and when you're working in the band administration, we all have to follow policy and guideline. Every one of us is not immune to it, otherwise nobody would ever go to work, let's be honest. For us in Wagamama a few years ago, and I believe it was Councillor Brandon Paulette that brought it up, that under the HR for our employees, that it had to be revisited and re-looked at is when somebody passes away in community. You have grandparents, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, and cousins that, you're supposed to take sometimes no days off or maybe 3 days off to grieve a loved one. So we changed the whole concept of the policy for the grieve and bereavement. And so it's been a while, I'm a little out of touch, but I do believe that if a loved one passes, let's say, I'll take myself for example, I don't want to use anybody else, but if I had a loved one who passes and I'm working for the band administration, if it's my uncle or aunt, where typically I wouldn't be allowed to take those days off, well, we changed that. You would be allowed to access those bereavement days and take that full week off. I don't remember the full details, but I'm just about in the right range, right? Yeah. So there's opportunities for each individual communities to revisit their those HR processes. So, you know, it's hard because some bigger communities we're going from one death to another, back to back to back. So, yeah, I agree with that. It has to be looked at for all communities. So I'm going to take a couple more questions from the floor because it's been a long afternoon. So go ahead.
Just wondering, because you raised a really good point in terms of a lot of organizations not wanting to touch that aspect of saying this person isn't Indigenous because of, you know, the whole the rights and all this kind of stuff, Charter and freedoms. I'm wondering if maybe for a solution, possible solution, just an idea, if the chiefs can ask the premier to utilize the notwithstanding clause to say, we'll go through either KMK or SET saying that this individual is Ulnu, understanding that it may violate the Charter rights and freedoms for individuals who are not or claiming to be Ulnu in order to circumvent the Charter rights and freedoms so that we can decide who is able to utilize these services. Because you were right, they're playing hot potato in terms of what's happening and taking up spaces for our people. And we can utilize the Premier's notwithstanding clause in order to satisfy that. Thank you.
Anybody want to touch on that?
I know my career stopped at corporal, and I'm going to apologize if I offend anybody, but it stopped at corporal because despite having the highest mark in the province on my exam and my competency resume, I was competing against individuals who self-identified. And not once, not twice, but approximately 4 to 5 times I lost out on promotional opportunities due to somebody claiming that they were Indigenous. They didn't have to prove because it was a right, it was a violation of their Privacy Act or privacy. And that's one of the downfalls of not having Ulnu members within the RCMP because of the individuals that self-identify. But to now, it has a ripple effect. These individuals come into our communities who have zero knowledge of our ways of knowing and being, our people, our customs, and they're making these decisions. And that's really, really difficult to see. And you have people, I know of a couple of people that tried to go be recruited. And the recruiting officer came back and said, "You have no life experience." And I was like, what the? No life experience? This boy grew up on a res. He resi res. You cannot come out of the res and have no life experience. What the heck? So again, the candidate was being assessed under a colonizer's lens and view. Anyway, yeah.
I'm going to take one more question.
I just want
just one more, and that's, I'm sorry, I have to cut off after. Yep, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you to the ladies up there for all the work that you've done and all the work that you're doing. It's very inspirational and comforting knowing that that you're all out there doing what you're doing. Well, all y'all. But I also want to add, Dr. Jane mentioned it earlier about the wellness court, you know, and Chief Norman and Chief Rod, you know, they helped make this court. And I would really would love it if people, you know, like go visit, just like Jane was saying, go visit, because I believe it's not perfect, but it's a template of something that's very good. I not only participate in it, but I work in the I'm part of the team, and so I don't just work inside the court while that court is happening, but also pre-court, and so I see the unbelievable things that the entire team does to help our people, and the judge too, Judge Halfpenny, is unbelievable. You know, she constantly brings up ceremonies and gets her staff and everybody involved, the prosecutor, the lawyers, everybody goes to ceremonies, naming ceremony, sweat lodge, you know. She's constantly bringing elders in, and elders are in the lead, and she just follows them, you know, and with their guidance, and then so much compassion. So many people are involved in the team to help our community members, and doing the best we can help them with whatever they need, right? So a lot of assistance. So I think it's a huge template. People across Canada are coming into this court to visit it, to see see it in action. And I really recommend everybody here, like, to go visit it. You know, it's not enough just to read about it. You got to see it in action. You'll see how powerful and potent it is. It changes even the jail guards. You know, like we start the entire day by smudging. This entire courtroom smudges. The jail guards smudge, and it just, you can see everybody's demeanors are totally different. You know, when the court starts. So it's a very, very powerful. And I know it still has some work, but to me, it's leading the way in making changes.
Yeah, thank you very much. With that, I just want to give our panelists a huge round of applause, and let's embrace all of you and appreciate all of you for who you are and what you do for our whole entire nation. And with that, on behalf of the Assembly, I have a gift for you, Doreen. I have a gift for Dee. Dee said, "Take this microphone from me right now." I have a gift for you, Mona, on behalf of the Assembly. Thank you for being here. Okay. All right. Now we're into almost the last part of our day. So on your name tags, look at your name tags, and you're going to see an image on your name tag. We're going to go into our next breakout sessions. So the image that you will see, it's either a basket, a drum, an eagle feather, moccasin, or a braid of sweetgrass. The symbol tells you what room you need to go to, and we're going to go right into it. So skip the agenda that says we're taking a break. We're not taking a break. We're going right into the breakout sessions. And then we're going to make our way back here, where we'll draw some door prizes and end our day with a closing prayer from our Grand Chief.